The call is going to be starting shortly. So I'm just putting this up for you guys. For any of those who do not have the
Unmuted.
All right, guys. Make sure to your mics. Mute your mics until after we've gone over everything. I'm gonna unmute all now. If you could just make sure you mute your mics and see if Harvey's here yet.
Q&A session is over.
Okay. Harvey, you here?
Richard.
Okay, guys. Can you mute your mics?
Douglas. Anthony.
Okay, pretty girl, I'm gonna go for a walk.
Please, as soon as you guys get in here, please mute your mics so there's brings down the background noise and hear clearly, all right?
All right, I'm about to mute it now, my bad.
Can you guys hear me?
Well, I can see you.
Yep, this is me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, good, perfect. Harvey, you in here? Still a couple minutes early. And hello to everybody out there in the live stream. Can you guys hear the chat, the conference call audio in the live stream?
Yes.
Still a lot of background noise.
Yeah, there's a question and answer ability on this, so I'm going to turn that on once we get going. For those of you that are on through the website, when that question and answer segment is turned on, you can actually go to your information, and you can basically, it's essentially raising your hand that you have a question, and then I'm able to, you know, select you to, that way it keeps the noise down. Let me email Harvey real quick.
Like, don't forget to tell them if they're on the call that they need to do the *6 if they have a question.
Yes, *6 if you have a question. That's correct. If you're on the phone, it's *6. If you're on the website, then it's going to be there's an option you can select. Here, let's test that out. I'm gonna put it in question and answer. This is the first time using this, so I'm gonna test that out. Somebody clicked it, they have a question. I want to see how that works.
Q&A session has started.
In the queue. I want to see how that works. So then I would just select you, and then you would talk. Perfect. That is awesome. Okay.
Q&A session is over.
So once Harvey's in here, we'll go into that, and then we can handle the questions and comments that way. That'll be awesome.
Yes, I see it.
Guys on the live stream, can you guys hear this okay? Can you hear them talking?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I mean on the live stream on YouTube.
Thanks for holding. Thanks for baby. Can you hear me talking?
Yes.
Well, absolutely.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, awesome.
Okay.
Just gonna send Harvey a quick email. I haven't heard him yet. Harvey, if you're out there, yo, motu proprio.
Everyone needs to mute their own phone.
Paper.
You're not talking, please mute.
Okay. Don't worry, guys. It'll get quiet in a minute. Harvey, you out there yet?
Yeah, Jack. Hot. Hello. Sean. Yes, how you doing? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm fine.
You can come on the line. It's Harvey online. I was asking. Am I online? No, it's Harvey online.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if Harvey's on yet. Here, you know what I'm gonna
Not
do?
yet. Put your phone.
I gotta wait till.
Hey, everyone needs to hit their mute so that we can hear one person or two people at a time.
How do you hit the mute?
Here, I got it. Hold on.
All participants are muted, and they can unmute themselves.
All right, leave it that way. Don't unmute yourselves for now, and then I will go to that question and answer segment when it's time. I'm just trying to see if Harvey's here yet. Harvey, if you are on, unmute yourself. If not, I can find some stuff to talk about here. I guess he's not here yet.
Yeah, everybody hear me? Okay. Everybody hear me?
There we go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, you can hear it.
Hey, what's up, Brian? What's going on?
Let's take a look. I'm just trying to see where Harvey's at. I'm trying to check his live stream, see if he's on yet.
I'm surprised they let him reopen his YouTube account.
I don't think they let him. I think he just made a new one.
Oh, they're gonna. Well, you know, they gotta know.
Time to go rogue.
Here he is. Okay, so he's got it streaming. Let's see. Harvey, you in here yet? I see you printing checks or something there, Harvey. Whoa. Harvey, are you in here?
What's up?
Is that Harvey?
Yeah, it's Harvey.
All right, what's up, Harvey? Okay,
Hey, what's up, man?
not too much.
All right, man. The
There we
feds
go.
haven't found you yet.
So for those, of you that don't already know, Harvey has a new YouTube channel. It's the Return of Harvey Dent. So if you haven't already gone over there and subscribed, go over and subscribe to him. Guessing you probably want to let them know what's up with your site, right, Harvey?
Yeah, it's Harvey. Harvey Dent's Return is the channel. People will be coming in hell loud. The new website, www.intellectualfreedommovement.com. It will be up soon. My web developer, she's very particular about how how her work looks, and she doesn't want to, let an unfinished product be released. So she's spending a lot of time on it, and it'll be up pretty soon. And I'm pretty sure that it will be anything that we've had here, that's for sure, and then on YouTube.
Fantastic. Okay, so I'm already getting a lot of feedback. People are talking about the charges with Heather, the official paperwork.
Yeah.
I guess there's some holes in that paperwork. I haven't actually read the entire thing yet.
You mean the indictment?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the indictment. I read the entire indictment. There's no holes. It basically just lays the story out about how Randy purchased some CDs using his account, and quote unquote, it was a fictitious account. How about what about cashing those CDs out and then buying the motor home? And yeah, so they call it a scheme or whatever, but the charges are like bullshit, and the punishment is they'll have to turn over whatever it is they took.
Pretty much, but now this is what I was thinking. I don't know what your thoughts are on this. I know originally she was arrested on a fugitive warrant from Tennessee, which turned out to be that indictment that came forward with Randy. But when she was there, instead of extraditing her to Tennessee, then there was, I believe that there must be new charges. Those are the sealed charges of the reason why she's being held at this moment.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't really follow the Heather Tucci story that closely. You know, there's a new a headline or something that's like the indictment being released. Someone sent that to me, and then I'm on it. But other than that, I'm really not stalking and watching their every move. I got my own moves that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I hear that. I just I more or less wanted to see what you were thinking of that. So what's your take on using the accounts right now?
My take on using the accounts is, as far as I'm concerned, unless there's women that can stand up and say that they are the named and signing on that account, then I don't understand what the problem is. I'm going to keep trying to use them.
Yeah.
I don't understand what the problem is. Unless someone else can stand up and say that they are that name, that commercialized, that fictitious business name is theirs, then I'm pretty sure that I have every right to continue to access it, and I'm going to. There's nothing they can do to stop me, and they know it. Eventually they're gonna have to ban, and I mean, and when hundreds of thousands or more are, feel the same way, because the whole system is usury, man. It's not just about these accounts, all right?
Yeah,
it's
that's
about
true.
how the whole system is set up. The financial institutions, how they're allowed to just operate in complete and total fraud, and still be able to pick up cars and take home, and don't even have the originally signed notes. So how the game is set against the average man from the start, and this is being this is showing that it's even more than that. That that not only are things set against you in life, but they got you walk around with billions and you don't even know it. So
Yeah.
it's a cruel fucking sick joke.
Hey, I got a question. Hey, Harvey. Hey, so can you tell us the process to actually look at the account, TDA accounts? Do you know that process?
Can you ask that question again? What do you say?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. There's a whole lot of beeping going on, man. Yeah, there's all that noise. Oh my goodness, there's so much noise.
Here, I'm gonna turn that off. Hold on. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, the question I have is have you figured out a way, okay, with any QSIP numbers, what numbers we need to look at to actually look at the accounts on the TDA accounts?
Well, what's the TDA account? What's that?
What's the Treasury Direct account?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about what the Treasury Direct you're talking about. My account, the ones I'm talking about are at another place. They're not at the Treasury.
Oh, so you don't know about that? Okay.
No, that's someone else's beast, man. I don't know. That's someone else's thing. All I know is that my numbers work at a certain institution, and that's the institution that I'm going to continue pinging. I don't know I'm not filling out any other paperwork, any other filing evidence. No, I mean, why should I? If this shit already works, then why should I have to fill out all this additional bullshit and then be tied into poor contracts with this evil ass government, these evil ass bankers? Why?
Are your electric bills still sticking?
Huh? I showed them last time I showed them. They said, "Oh well, I have to discuss that with them because I contacted the company because I paid like $2,600 in the last 30 days, and I contacted them. Oh yeah, it's still holding, but look, I contacted them and they said no, it's not there, right? And I'm like, okay, well, explain. You're saying that there's been no payment, been no interruption in service. Explain that, right? And she's like, oh well, sometimes it happens, you know. I'm like, yeah, any other time you get 48-hour notice, it's done. I ain't getting no notice or anything. So, and then she said it's coming up through again. But then said I would have to call and talk to the third party who is the payment processor, the app, the host of the app, and talk to them. They sent me the transaction history on it. I was like, yeah, I need to see what you see. And it says that the payments that I made were applied. So he said, let me give you this number and the case number because I know you're going to want to call back with this. I was like, yeah, okay, thank you.
well, that first video that you put out about it, you know, about the account, you know, the one that got deleted, I'm going to tell you, Harvey, dude, I came so close to quitting my job because of that video.
Hey, man, you know, it's a rude awakening, man. It's a rude awakening, and and I'm sad that it seems to be that, you know, I don't know, like I said, I don't understand where all the people's hatred is coming from. You know, anyone who's out there like, they like, Buck Harvey did what I do to you. You know, sorry, I'm sorry. Am I offering an alternate perception of life that you know, are not in agreement with, or were you in agreement with it until you tried to pay something and it reversed? You know, so like they might be cheering my name right now if they had no reversals, but the fact that they have reversals, I'm a con or a scam or whatever.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, well, you should really check out that Heather Tucci stuff, man. I listened to a couple hours worth of interviews with this girl, okay, and she seems legit, man. She really does. She really seems like she knows what she's talking about. You know, apparently, I guess she got into it with the TDA account.
She's 100% legit.
Okay, so I mean, I listened to that. I forget what YouTube channel that was, but it was a 2-hour video. I mean, you know, just an interview with Heather, and it was like a week ago. It was like the 27th, I think it got uploaded, and they were, you know, they were going from, I guess from Knoxville to Washington, okay, and they were trying to gain the access, gain the information, and that was the morning that she got arrested.
All right, so if she is 100%, I mean, I'm not saying she's not. Like I said, I don't know the girl. All I do is I go to Google and I type in someone's name and shit comes up. So that's, you know, I go by what's found there, you know. As far as like I said, it's like I don't know it personally, but I know that she does know the UCC jargon and stuff. But if this is the way that she is saying that TDA is the way, then why did she and Randy get picked up and you know, an indictment that's basically an inconvenience? You know, I mean, imagine your life being interrupted by these idiots trying to prove a point. You know.
Well, I think they're just trying to shut her up. That's what I think is going on.
No, they're trying to prove a point. It's too late. There ain't no shutting up. Really, I've heard millions of people try this. I'm pretty sure someone here said it. I'm gonna try that shit. You know.
If I were you, Harvey, I would follow her because I think she might be.
I don't follow anybody, man.
To get this ball rolling.
I think if I could have a quick minute here.
I mean, I need to see proof. If I can see proof as to why I can follow her, then I will follow her. But I mean, if I can't see proof, I'm not following anybody anywhere. I'm going to stay on my own path.
I think that's a big problem, and that's part of the reason why we're in the mess we are. And I think that's where a lot of the fear has come from. Is as individuals, we've done too much following people and not realizing that we are our own people to lead. We don't need a leader per se. We need to lead ourselves, and each and every one of us that is out there leading, that on our own that's making us stronger as a movement, as a whole, and as an individual. And that's the mentality that we really need to try to get to.
I'm not an individual. That's an individual. That's the same thing as a person.
Yeah, you know what I mean. you know what I'm saying.
Well, my point about it is, I just think that there's a correct process for this to do it correctly.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, see now, this is what I understand as, you know, as far as processes are concerned. When like hundreds of millions of people find out that they have this shadow that's been paying their shit the whole time, that they've been forced to work, that the millions of people's opinions and as far as, you know, their right to access what is theirs, rightfully theirs, is going to force that process right out the fucking window. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That was the question that I was trying to ask earlier. Is somewhere there's an account that you can see the name or the numbers, okay, that
you know the names and the numbers match yours. So, I mean, that is a verifiable fact. Anybody that has gone and followed the instructions, you know, as they were put out there, has been able to verify that primary account does exist. Like 98% of the people.
Well, that's what I want to know. I'm a little blind to that process to see that, but I want to see that. That's what I want to see. I don't know.
You want to see what? What do you want to see?
I want to see that.
I know what he wants to see. Let me say something about that.
Oh, lovely. Hold on, guys, 1 second. Of course, I just had a crash. Oh, man.
Welcome. This service is provided by freeconferencecall.com.
There are 153 participants in the conference.
If you go to the Treasury Direct, I typed in both my social security number and the number on my birth certificate, and every month since I've been alive through June of 1980, there have been bonds issued for $7,500 a bond that accumulated into at least $40-some thousand a bond at maturity to $80-some thousand a bond, and then there's a multiplier of 10,000 supposedly on top of that. And I listed every one of those bonds out month after month, year after year, for all those years. And that's the root of all these accounts. And I think that's what the other gentleman was trying to say he wanted to see. You know, that all the
okay, guys, all right. We're getting a lot of noise, and it's going to make it really hard for the people on the live streams. So I'm going to go to the question and answer mode. You guys just, if you're on the phone, you hit *6 to go into that. Hold on. Just getting a lot of feedback here.
Q&A session has started.
Okay, now in order to go in the Q&A, yeah, you guys are already figuring it out. If you're on the phone, just hit *6. It'll put you in that Q&A. Harvey, where are you in here? Because I did have a couple more questions, and I wanted to talk to you on a couple ideas here and get your opinion. Are you the 954? I think so. Is that you, Harvey?
Okay, basically, I have some information.
Hold on 1 second. I'm just trying to find Harvey. Hold on 1 second, bud.
Q&A session is over.
Harvey, where are you on the list? What's your number begin with, Harvey?
You hear me? Do you hear me?
Harvey?
You hear me?
Yeah. What does your number begin with, Harvey? What are you on the list as?
925.
Okay.
Q&A session has started.
There we go. Okay, Harvey. So I don't know if you're unmuted, right, Harvey? Just want to clarify. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, you're okay. You're good. So I just wanted to clarify. So I don't know if you caught any of the videos that I've put up recently, but and for this week is to get a controlled effort of bombarding the ever-living crap out of the mainstream media and also the alternative media as to why all of them are keeping this under wraps, keeping this quiet, because we can sit here and try to figure out all day long what code, what they're doing.
Hello, excuse me, hello. Yeah, they kind of own the media, so I wouldn't look to the media to be announcing this shit. Okay.
Yeah, one way or another, though, Harvey.
Next question.
Well, if you think about it, though, if we bombard them, whether it's not negative or positive feedback, if it gets out there, it's going to spark people's curiosity.
The media, man, we ain't gonna get no help from the media, man. Go on with that shit.
Okay.
They ain't happening.
Then my next my next move is to start protests organized in different areas. Reaching critical masses.
I like, the protest kind of does a more, it creates more of a chance for confrontation. Whereas I'm opposed to, I don't want there to be any confrontation as far as, like physical confrontation. I want the confrontation to be limited to that behind the keyboard or behind the telephone, That's kind of what has been my whole, thing this whole time. It's like, okay, well, you do have to go out into the field. You're going out to accomplish, a certain task, and you know exactly what it is that you're not. It doesn't factor in someone else's response to what it is you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, but to me, I mean, if you get guys organized and you go out with groups of people, reaching critical mass is the most important thing, and especially with the fact that YouTube is shutting.
I think that you can reach more critical masses online. I mean, it's proven. So it's like, why not fix the web platform we're using? I mean, I got the website that will grow with the movement, and why not stick to what's been working for us? I mean, the people who are into the digital things, you don't always have time. People ain't gonna want to go, and take off work or or be threatened for losing. I mean, I'm sure that they could probably be threatened, losing the job if they were to go and support some kind of march like this. So I don't want people to be put in that kind of position. I want people to be put in that position that they have knowledge, they know what's going on, they're awake, and they know what the situation is, and what our push is for. I'm not trying to go out and sing kumbaya in front of the fucking Federal Reserve and get beat down by some motherfucking paid ass right.
That was the farthest thing from what I was thinking, but and that's part of what I had planned with as far as calling the media was video, everybody making videos and flooding the internet with videos of us calling the mainstream media, them doing nothing, not covering it one way or another, because then all those people that are on the fence either way, then they're going to see these videos and see, well, these people aren't they're not just scamming the system, they're out here trying to question why this is happening and asking for some kind of investigation or some kind of
exactly.
That's what I meant as far as the media was calling, and I was telling everybody, record your calls and put them on the internet.
If it was wrong to be done, I did my first transaction on June 26th. If it was not supposed to be done, I'm sure I was been contacted by somebody. I'm pretty sure it must be okay. No one's contacted me personally and directly and told me to stop doing it. So until I understand why it's not going through, but I'm not gonna stop.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I get that. I'm not. I had to, for my own conscience, tell people, you know, at least forewarn them, and that way they had a complete understanding of what worst case scenario is. Because if had I not done that, then I wouldn't have been able to, because I do care about people, you know, just like you do. So, all right, I'm gonna open up for some of these guys' questions. I'm gonna start here and work down the list. So Jesse, you're unmuted.
Now, Jerome.
Jesse.
Now, Jerome.
Okay. 225.
Yeah.
Hey,
I ain't got much more time, so how long we been up? Yeah, it's almost 30 minutes, so.
Hello.
Yep, 225.
Yeah.
What's your question?
How you doing? Blessings to everyone, man. Thank you, Harvey and others who came up with this information. I really appreciate you guys. It's definitely worked for me. So far, 10,000 has been paid, with another 25,000 pending. Two questions, Harvey, if you can hear me. What script are you using to dispute reversals? And I would like to know what website has worked for you in setting up the CD.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Am I muted? Oh, you hear me? Okay. Well, I'm not going to, well, let's see. The script that works for me, especially if it's a vendor or a corporate company that has accepted it before, is if it was accepted before and the payment processed and it stuck, and then all of a sudden they remove the ACH option from the website or remove it from the mobile app or whatever because they have gone to those links to do it, I call them. And I was like, well, you know, I'm going to give you the same account number I provided last time because I don't understand why the payment's not, why you're saying I can no longer use it when, you processed payment before. Basically force them into using this shit. Get them to say, and ask them, are they refusing payment? Are you refusing payment? Because you're refusing payment, then you just don't want to be paid. And I'm giving you a valid account number that worked before, and it's worked at other places. So the limited participation code, whatever code you're getting back on the reversals, that's just, and I think it's just a catch-all bucket and shit that they're just, just making that code, whatever. They're reversing them, but I know that some people are getting through. So just like my PG&E got through and, a couple other things got through. It's a hit and miss. I say it's entering the game, because this whole fucking thing is a game. You're entering the game, letting them know you're awake. The shit is there. So it's time to play. See if we can, until we get the number, enough numbers up to force a change, then we're just gonna play, hide and go seek. Because what? Oh, the CDs. Well, I can't recommend anybody because the financial institution that I used to purchase my $1.6 billion in CDs, they held the CDs apparently for 14 days, and then said that they were reversed or whatever. But I clearly, on the screenshots that they sent to me, I clearly see
and I did that using the.
Wait.
And
you say you can go and you see what amount your bonds are, like through the little entry tool where what are you punching in? What number are you punching in?
I'm punching in my number.
And it comes back with you got bonds at $10,000 and $5,000 and stuff.
Right. Yeah. You could pick which denomination.
Let me tell you something about that tool right there. You can go in there and type "fuck your mama" upside down, and it will come back there. "Fuck your mama" upside down has bonds in any denomination.
That because I actually did that, and I just typed in some random shit. But I did talk to the Treasury Department, and
of course. If you can establish that you have a valid verified bond, then yeah, they'll be more than happy to transfer the bond into your bank account. But the thing is, like, you can't establish because there's two names on the bond. There's your name and there's someone else's name. And whoever the fuck name it is, yeah, you gotta know. Someone said try your mother's. I was like, I don't know. I just wasn't gonna try anyone's. I'm not trying the guessing game. You might get one guess and lose it. I don't know.
I was thinking of actually saying that the bond was lost. I was actually going to file with the 1048 saying that the bond was lost.
Hey, brother, let me tell you something. I think where we are right now, as far as finding factual proof that we have accounts that exist at the Federal Reserve, why stoop to the level of dealing with the United States Treasury, who's not even fucking owned by the United States? Why stoop to that level when your shit is already held in a private bank? So that's what I'm telling you, Steve. Like, why are you talking about going through this UCC? Why are you talking about going fucking through a consumer bank when your shit is held at a private bank? All right. So if you're gonna go through a consumer bank, then you're submitting yourself to all the taxation, all the fucking liability that comes along with all that shit, right? So it's like they fucked up, and now what they need to do is they need to build or create some kind of go-between. If there's some kind of conversion factor that needs to be taken into consideration when you're going from what's ever stored in the Federal Reserve versus what we use out here, then they need to do something, build that tool, and get it implemented so that we can continue to use our accounts at will. That's what I don't get. There's so much money in there, and I'm sure I pulled $1.6 million like it was nothing, and was still paying for shit. So I'm sure there's millions in there, and it's, and it's not even like I want to spend it all. You should have a right to what exists because of you. And if it were not for me, then that shit would not be there.
Right. And I also contacted the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and actually filed a complaint against the Federal Reserve Bank. And I'm hoping I'm hoping for a response within 15 days. They're supposed to respond to me within 15 days, and I'm interested in seeing what they're going to say.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, because the Federal Reserve answers to no office or agency of government. It's its own entity. So you can file whatever the hell you want with whatever agency you want, and the Federal Reserve is going to be like, ha, can't touch this. They're a private bank.
Right. All right. Thanks, though.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, let me move to the next one here. It's going to be Michael.
You're going to say, Michael.
You're schizophrenic.
So,
some people need to get a life, man.
It's 10:30. I'd rather than from McDonald's.
Michael? Okay.
Go, okay?
STL?
Hey, I gotta go. I gotta run.
All right. STL, what's up? STL?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. What's up?
Okay. I was hoping to catch Harvey, but
yeah.
I've been following Harvey for quite a while, and I'm with him on the train right up to the actual part of not having some element of solidarity amongst us and organization. I kind of side with you with that because everybody is in their gopher holes getting information from all across the internet.
Yeah.
And everybody is going out and trying something of their own. And I think it's hurting the process more than it's helping the process, right? So
Yeah.
I do think that at some level, the heads of state, if you would, like yourself and Harvey and, you know, the Michael Tillingers, these type of people that are actually utilizing this platform of the internet, having to come together and have a one band, one sound kind of an approach here. And then, you know, it's always been a divide and conquer, you know, platform, or should I say way of life. And there's strength in numbers. We are much stronger together than we are apart in our own little gopher hole, in our own little world, doing our own research and misinterpreting what we're finding, and then going out and try to do this, what I think, and then piecing that with what I heard, and then go out there, and then you either end up in handcuffs or you just actually spoil the process. And again, I disagree with Harvey a little bit on not wanting to come together in that particular. I get it. We don't follow anybody. You know, we make our own decisions. But at the same token, for something of this magnitude, we're fighting something much bigger than any of us have ever thought we'd ever be fighting in life. So coming together, I think, is the right idea, and having some element of strength and organization, and everybody is speaking the same language. Because right now, they have every avenue to call this shit a scam. Every avenue, because they have the gaping hole of a plausible deniability. Because you know, we're all trying to do this from our own little safe haven, but exposure is the best tool that we could possibly use in exposing them, and numbers, and I mean, you know, masses of the people. Well, I think over the 4th of July weekend, it was a couple 100,000 or 1 million people that actually hit the reserve trying this process. So imagine if we had all of those voices in one room, or not, you know,
Right.
not figuratively speaking, but you know, all at the same time. With some process, if we all knocking on the Federal Reserve door at once, or we all attacking some sort of news media outlet, or whatever that may be. I don't have the answer for it, but I do think some element of coming together, it'll be much stronger than what we're doing right now. And I'll give the floor to somebody else.
I gotta say, I totally agree with you. I've been trying to say that all along, and that. I guess you know, everybody's entitled to their own opinions and their own ideas. I thought that some of the ideas that I brought up would help in uniting and bringing people together.
Right.
As in even something as simple like I was talking about, where everybody picks, you know, one certain news station that one day and knocks on the damn door all day long and videotapes it, puts it in that playlist. I made that playlist. I put that playlist up on my channel. Put your tag your videos in there, and then when there's people that are, you know, on the borderline, they're not sure, then they're going to end up seeing those videos, and they're going to say, well, it's not all about the money with these guys, because look, they're actually like doing something besides talking about putting this routing number in with this account with your social security number and getting a bunch of money or paying a bunch of bills. They're talking about, you know, real change, making a difference, and I think that's going to.
But everybody, you know, for everybody here, because this is not just for me or just for you or for Harvey or whomever else is on this call, but this is for everybody, because everybody is in a financial crunch. No matter how good you're doing on your job or whatever, we're all one paycheck away from the guy on the street saying, I'll work for food. Everybody is in that position right now. And I just think that coming together at some level, with some magnitude of organization is better. And then, like you say, those people that are straddling the fence, because right now those people that straddling the fence, they're going to latch onto these bogus ass scam alerts. That's what they're going to latch onto, right? They're not going to latch onto us, because of course the fear of being on the wrong side of the law is what they're going to evade. But if they side with us, the truth seekers, and trying to actually get this out in a large number, then the numbers actually go from 1 million to 2 million to 3 million. And then we really have a voice of exposure, because that's the only thing we can do now is expose them. Right now, we're dealing with the Wizard of Oz. We got somebody behind the curtain pulling the string, and you don't think he exists. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the masses don't think he exists. So it's really just trying to get these people, these crooked ass bankers, who have been just defrauding the system. Even the money we carry around, well, I don't carry money, but the paper money is all illegal. Say anything according to the Federal Reserve Banking Act. It's supposed to be certain verbiage on these bills that are not there. So, you know, it's just little stuff, and I just think they're coming together, man. I don't want to chew up too much time. I know there's other people that want to get questions in and make statements, but I just, you know, I love Harvey, but I just think he might need to reconsider and you know, and try to come together as some sort of a unified type of a thing with these other people, so we could try to get one message out and have one voice. You know what I mean?
The links in a chain, man. Links in a chain. That's what it is. Yep.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. All right. 561. 561.
Yeah.
I don't want to say your whole number just in case, but oh, it's gonna pop up on the screen anyway. Okay. What's your question? Or what do you have to say?
Yeah. Oh, I just have to say, I made my first payment back in July 7th with Xfinity, and it stuck, and payment went through and everything. Now, the next thing is I just made a payment recently, and I was talking in a live chat with the Xfinity rep, and I told him that I wanted to change the date from making the payment on where post tomorrow instead, posting on August 1st when it's due. And the guy's like, hey, no worries. We're not going to receive the payment until 7 to 10 business days anyway. Is that possibly a sign that the account's good?
No, he's talking about depending on the way your method of payment went through, and depending on the way they process their payments, it can take 7 to 10 business days for a payment to actually be credited to an account, like for it to actually go through. But the thing is there's certain algorithms that go through on electronic payments. So when you're making, did you make it over the phone, you said, or you made it online?
No, I made it online.
Yeah, whenever you use like an online payment service, there's algorithms that are used to connect. It has to connect a certain amount of numbers and a certain amount of the personal data in order for that account to be not considered fraud and flagged right away and denied. So if it went through, then but I don't think him saying 7 to 10 days has anything to do with the fund, the trust account itself.
And I agree with Harvey, man. I mean, people are trying to, you know, put the 22 in the back of the account number and all that stuff.
Stick to the process.
I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, no, I've
do the do the letter that's assigned with your social security card and your social for the account number, and that's it. That's what I used.
Yeah, I've been saying that. Stick to the original. We don't want to give them any openings, you know.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Let me.
All right. Thank you.
Grab who's next here.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye bye. 801.
Hello.
Hello. What's up?
Hey, Mike.
How you doing?
This is Dave.
Hi.
Hey, brother. What I done is I used my social security number and my corresponding routing number for the division or the branch of the federal, and it went through. That was a total payoff for my Toyota through Toyota Financial Services.
Awesome.
Because online they sent me that they had received it and had been applied to my account. And then they denied me, so I retried it again, and they accepted it. On my account still, right now, it shows that I paid them, the total payoff was a little over $20,000. They show that I paid $50,000 now. And then I told them, well, then it looks like you owe me a refund. And I just received a check for $31. And when we've been on the pre-text and chat with you, I noticed that you had a Credit One account.
Yeah.
Credit One actually money back on my card 2 days after I made my full complete payment to pay off the bill. 2 days later, they applied 100 minus a little bit that I didn't pay back to my card. And then they denied it and then charged me what I withdrew because they applied it on there that following Monday, the 17th. And but when I called them back and said, and actually called them and tried to do it instead of do it online, they said those routing numbers are no good now.
They're just saying that. I think they're disabling them, and they're saying that to discourage people. My honest opinion.
Right. Then they give me what my question was they're telling me to contact my bank and see why it was reversed. Can it be reversed if it's already been received by the crediting bank, which is our account, to the creditor? Can the bank retract it after they've already sent it?
Well, that's kind of that's part of what everybody's been kind of pushing for with calling those creditors, because when you look at the information the Federal Reserve provides on their transactions, it says that it's only a one-way transaction. They don't take money in; they only send money out.
Yeah, right.
So,
I read that,
and I mean, there's a lot of videos showing that money was received. So that's a very good question, and that's I've been telling people, and I know Harvey's been telling people also, call them up. If you're in a one-party consent state, record that call, ask those questions, call the one time nice information as you can, and then call the second time demanding something to be done.
Yeah, even on my Toyota account, I called and talked to a lady who said, yeah, I see the money. I said, I couldn't get on my online account. It won't allow me on. And she says, well, that's because it's been, your details have been shut off because you paid it in full. And I said, so it's paid in full. She said, yeah, I can see it right here. We've received payment. It's been applied. That's why you can't get on and see past payment details.
Right.
Yeah. And I've copied all that. I have it where they showed me. Then the gentleman tried to debate with me that approved meant that they hadn't received it yet, but then you click on the little highlighted spot next to it, and it just gives you the description of approved, which means that they have successfully received my payment.
Yep.
And has been applied. Yeah, I have all that. I copy that then.
Yeah, I would call them. I would call them, try to record it, get as much information as you can. That's your best bet.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. What should I tell them when they tell me to call my bank, though, and get it clarified up there?
Well, you first get they did receive the actual money and get them to admit that on recording. What state do you live?
Utah.
Utah? Let me see. What are your recording laws?
That's a good question. I've checked that before. I think it's a two-party. Possibly. It's been years. But I've set my phone up, so I do have a recording now. So.
One second here. Who's party? I think you're one-party consent.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, nice. I can't really tell because this is kind of in the way, but it looks like a one-party consent. Just call them. You want to call them and you want to get it on recording. That's your best bet. Pursue it. Say if you've received the money, then that's what I've been doing. I've been fighting with them. You don't give it up. You just explain to them if they've received your money, that it's a trust. You don't have the bank statement, and then call the Federal Reserve and keep slamming on there. But truthfully, like the gentleman right after Harvey got off was saying, I mean, we could come up with all these ideas and these think this or think that, but the only way that true change is going to come about is if we all organize and we actually make enough noise that they're willing to change it. And that's
right.
That's what to me.
We're making headway that way, because if you gather in the streets and protest, that's just going to bring on the military or the Gestapo police, whatever you want to call them, and that's going to cause conflict and physical harm to us. by them.
Not if you're peaceful about it and you're recording, then no. I mean, I get a lot of people aren't really comfortable with that. So there are those other ways, though. You know, hammering at the mainstream media. It's not that I don't know that. I know very well. I've put that out in the videos that the mainstream media is owned by the same family, handful of families. I mean, I put that video up not too long ago. The point is.
My relative invented the television. Philo T. Farnsworth from Beaver, Utah. He invented the television. You know what his final word was? If I would have known who would have took control of that and what it turned into, I would have never invented it.
Yeah.
And I have a list of the Federal Reserve owns every single channel that we watch. One of them. They have 2 or 3 guys in those companies who make sure that they correspond to what they want.
Okay. Yeah. But
yeah, I'll keep hammering away at them, but I have
keep hammering away.
Proof.
Keep hammering away, and hopefully, you'll be part of the team breaking down that wall with the mainstream media, recording it and putting it out here, so that we keep making people more aware.
I've already got my insight on a few of them at the Fox channel. It's one of the #1 listened to stations in the entire world. It's called Coast to Coast AM.
Awesome. All right, brother, I'm going to keep moving because there's still a lot of people that are waiting to ask some questions. So thank you.
All right. You bet. Good talking to you.
You too.
And motu proprio.
There you go.
Don't stop, never quit.
All right. Let's see what's going on here. 954.
Yeah, this is 954. William in Miami, Florida. Just going to give you a little experience that I've had, situations I've dealt with, and things that I've tried, listening between Harvey and Mike. And I want to let you know, I really appreciate you too, and this is a great effort. The one thing I want to say real quick, and I'll try to make everything quick. We talk about God a lot here, but we really do need to pray to God about this and include God in everything that we do in this. And it's going to come out better for us, because in the name of Jesus Christ, we're going to rebuke all evil out of this, and we're going to bring ahead the light and the good is to become. Now, to let you know what's been going on is, when I first submitted my first payments 2 weeks ago against my car payment, and I made a series of 3 or 4 payments, and basically after the first 3 went through, 4 days passed by, then it came up that they said they were returned. But they called me up. They said that was returned, and the other 3 were still there. So they were already being, conflicting their stories. Now, I asked them, I said, well, the other ones that were returned, what was the reason why they were returned? They said they didn't know. And then they came back and said, well, I think one was non-sufficient funds. I said, no, it can't be, because there's tons of money in that account. I said, oh, okay. He said, well, I guess everything's all right. Just don't worry about it. Hangs up. Well, a couple more payments that I processed. They came back immediately, and they said, oh, they just didn't go through. Then they shut me out of my account. They won't allow me to do anything electronic anymore. I requested also a transcript. They won't provide me with one. I sent them a validation of debt letter to get to some kind of investigation going, requesting the wedding copy of my contract so I can validate the debt, and it gives me a little bit of time to work with this. And basically, it sounds to me like they've got the money in their bank account and probably on their ledgers, but they're not willing to let me see it.
Right.
Everything I've been doing certified mail, so I've got records of everything. Another thing, I'm going to be real quick, because I got a lot to say, but it'll be real fast, and I know there's other people, but also the part where people are saying use the routing number and then use your social security number for the bank account number. They also said use a 0 in front of your social security number. Now, I agree with you guys, use the routing number and only your social security number. But I tried it with a 0 in the routing, in front of my social with the routing number. And what I had today was very unusual. I got both ACHs returned but it said account suspended. That was the reason that came back. Using Social Security with a 0 in front of it with a routing number, and using it just a social with the same routing number. Now, another thing that I tried, I have a Social Security card that I've had since 2009. My FRB was F for Atlanta, and with my QSIP number on there. I applied for a replacement card, and I got it this week. It even has another Federal Reserve Bank in Chicago. It says that I have an account at also. So you may have a card with a Federal Reserve Bank and QSIP number on the back, but if you apply so you lost that one, when you get another one back, I guarantee you the same thing that happened to me. It has a different Federal Reserve Bank. Have you ran into that?
Yeah, there's been a lot of people that have got new Social Security cards and had a different number letter attached to their QSIP number. Truthfully, I couldn't even tell you the reason for it. I don't know. I think they're just issuing a new QSIP number with the card. Maybe they start a new bond every time they give you a new card. I'm not too sure on that.
But I will tell you, as far as verifying things for fidelity, investments, your birth certificate, bond numbers, things like that, like Harvey said, you can put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it'll just tell you anything that you want to hear. Working with Treasury Direct account, I've opened that, and plus I've done some other paperwork like the authentication of the validation of the birth certificate, and to come take control of the straw man, and some trademarking copyright things. But basically, I feel like I'm at a standstill because it says account suspended. Now, I don't know if that's just an excuse, because I already know that the accounts are there and they work. Because why would they come up and say it's an SF? Why would they come up? They would hold the money for 4 days, then return it, and then they would turn around and then say they were returning the same day. And I mean, they're just playing, with the same information.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
I get what you're saying, and I think like I'm gonna kind of keep being a parrot on this one, and I know that I guess not everybody's gonna I guess feel the same way as we found tonight, but I truthfully, I mean, we could sit here and play this game with the Federal Reserve every day for the rest of our life, but what is it going to accomplish? What is that going to do for us? How is that going to get us any further than we are now? And that's what my goal is to bring change, real change. And in order to do that, we have to literally document as much as we can, and make the elite so scared that it wakes so many people up and make them so scared that they're going to have to make change. They're going to have to listen to us, because then they're outnumbered. So I mean, we're going to have this problem with these accounts. They're not just going to stop tomorrow and say, well, we're sorry we messed with you. That's not going to happen. The only way to bring about change is to stand together as one, where we're stronger, and make as much noise as we can and bring about change. So I'm hoping everybody's on board with that. And
well, I'm on board with you. I'm sorry, real quick. Are you going to stick with the idea of calling the television stations and calling Fox? Are you going to go through that?
Oh yeah, I'm following that one right through. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna be right behind you, because I'm gonna call them myself in Atlanta and Channel 9. I think you said also. I'm gonna be calling them. I'm gonna make a video. I've been downloading my video. I'm trying to get some things rolling, so I'm right behind you on it. And I think it is important, like you said, to make people aware. And maybe we don't want to take any kind of money for anything, because that's where the fraud comes in. But what I think is a good idea is maybe we can even get some sort of advertisement up. Advertising, just advertising up there that what is happening, so more people can hear about it.
Definitely.
Yeah, get some kind of funding for advertising, not for the sale of information, but to make people aware of what's going on.
Yep.
So I think that's I don't know if there's a fund that can be started that way and not be taken the wrong way. But I appreciate everything you do, and God bless you, man, and your family.
God bless you too.
I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Brother. Thank you.
910.
Hi, what's going on, man?
What's up, man?
This is Brad, man. I had to call in and support you, man. Forgot to try to shed a little light on things like you're doing. I want to say I appreciate you for being real transparent and real friendly about the process. And going forward with today's call, I was hoping to hear some Harvey side, and I'm gonna say I'm a little disappointed, man. Not to be negative, but it's just like it almost seems like he's out for self. You know, like he wants to go this route, but he's not taking the same approach that you are, and I appreciate that. First off,
thank you. I don't think I don't think that's what it is, but I understand your concern there. I don't think that's
his approach or his angle.
Yeah, I don't think so. But then again, I mean, I don't know. Truthfully, I know what I'm doing, and I know what my mission is to get as much noise going and bring as much attention as possible, wake as many people up as possible, and give as many people back their confidence as possible, all while doing it respectfully and, you know, not beating people down or making them feel, you know, nobody's less than anybody else. And that's the problem, is that there's way too many people looking for a leader instead of finding the leader in themselves. And then once you have a whole group, like a whole family of leaders, they're unstoppable. And, you know, they're standing together, they're walking the path together, but they're also at the same time not, you know, not looking for someone else to give them, you know, every answer, because they are confident enough that they can do it themselves as well. But it's always better when it's always better when you have, you know, you have a strong, tight family to do that with as well. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but that's everybody here, you know, everybody that's here, they obviously have the capability of all of this themselves. Otherwise they wouldn't be here. They're all very intelligent. They saw it. They understood what was going on. I mean, there's still millions of people asleep, and there's still a lot of people that I'm sure you've talked to and you've told them, and they're like, oh, you're crazy. No, you're not crazy. You actually think outside the box, and you pay attention to things, and you look at facts. So.
Absolutely. Well, the part I wanted to touch on was I wanted to kind of pose like a broad question, not specifically for you, but for anybody that's listening, anybody that's come across the information, people that are researching. This situation reminds me of Leonardo DiCaprio movie, Catch Me If You Can. You remember that movie?
Yep.
All right. So piggybacking, using that as an example, there's a well-known check scam that happens a lot in America, and he's entitled it as the Nigerian check scam. You know how that works, right?
Yep.
So I'm looking at those two situations, the movie and the Nigerian check scam, and it leads me to the point to believe that, okay, with being able to have an automated system that's now electronic and digital, they can process and check for funds a lot quicker than they could with those checks. You know, the same thing happens with the Nigerian check scam. If you go to cash a check, it's going to clear initially, but what happens is you end up getting a letter however many days afterwards saying that these funds didn't come through as a valid fund, and you're on the hook for whatever the amount is of that check that you cashed.
Yep.
I even tried on the Treasury Direct account. I took random numbers and random dates and just punched them in, and it's true. They are going to spit out information there. So I want people to be more mindful of their research. You know, like before we start trying a bunch of stuff, we got to do a little bit more research, because we don't need any more cases of people having to deal with something similar as a Nigerian check scam, where they're paying this stuff off and then it's coming back as the funds aren't available. Like, we have to find some kind of way to verify things.
You know, that concern that you have, I totally get, and that's part of, you know, I have no doubt in my mind that these accounts are real, and that there are accounts in our names, and that the slave trade aspect of this, because before Harvey ever said anything about that, I already knew that we were traded as slaves, and I did know about the birth certificates, and I knew some of those aspects. That's why it resonated so much with me when I saw his video at the beginning of July. Now, that's why I was trying to give a word of caution to people with everything that's happened, you know, because ultimately your decision is on you, what you're going to do. But you know, there is another way to perpetuate this movement, you know, to where it needs to be, and that's by making the noise and creating the attention and really putting so much pressure on Washington and all of the corrupt officials. Yeah, they're corrupt, but one bottom line is if you get enough people together, they're gonna have to do something. And that's my mentality. If we get strong, we all stand together, then we'll find out. I totally understand what you're saying, though. You know, personally, I'm still gonna use my account, like I said, for small bills. I'm not going crazy. I'm not going to go and buy thousands of dollars in gold or anything like that. I'm going to focus personally on trying to wake people up, trying to expose these accounts for what they are, and that's where I'm at.
Well, I'm not gonna tie the line, man. You keep doing what you're doing. You got my support, man. As always, you know how to reach me. So keep doing what you're doing, man.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Thanks, brother. 559.
Hey, what's up with you, Mike?
What's up, bud?
Hey, so I just want to ask a question. You know what I'm saying? I like what you're doing. I like what Harvey doing. I really appreciate you guys. Just to know there's so many subsidiary ways out here that it does confuse a lot of people. It does confuse a lot of people, and it doesn't get straight to the point. But I'm not going to try to waste no one's time or anything. So as I was looking into this and everything, a question I wanted to know was, did you guys go through the process of making it known to the system that you guys are aware, or you guys haven't done that yet? And what I mean by that is meaning like the documentation, like the paper documentation before you do everything like that, or you guys didn't do that at all. I mean, if you need me to, if you need me to just come out and blatantly say it, then I'll say it. But you know, I mean, I didn't know how to really come out and say
it. Well, there's many different documents floating around. So, which particular one are you talking about?
Okay, well, I was talking more about the straw man. If you guys did the straw man process first before going to this, because isn't the social, the way that the social is made is all in bold caps. So the way that we pronounce our names the way that we pronounce our names on an everyday day-to-day basis, a lot of us won't usually use all caps. So I know that by law and by legal definition, that is a loophole that they have right there, that they use to separate the quote unquote person or individual
from
with the fictitious character.
Right.
So I wanted to know, did you guys go through the straw man first, or not at all?
I know Harvey hasn't, because he's said over and over again. I think the only thing Harvey's done is authenticate his birth certificate.
Okay.
As far as myself, I haven't either, but that's, like I said, I'm looking into all of these different routes, and I'm kind of weighing the pros and cons of each method, because there's many methods of going about this. They all have their pros and they all have their cons. So that's what I'm trying to decipher right now. That's why I haven't been pushing any specific means, because I don't want to do that until I know for certain what's what. That way I can give all the pros and cons along with it. That way people can make their own decisions and, you know, be educated and wise with that, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yes. Would you advise that people who are, I don't even want to say people, but would you advise going this route as far as using you know, the routing numbers and everything. I mean, because it is, who else would step up to claim that they are you, of course. So, would you advise it as I would say with, I guess what I'm trying to say, would you just advise people to just still be able to do it now and be aware of everything, period? Or would you still suggest that people would kind of somehow back themselves up? I mean, it's kind of confusing for me to ask you these questions.
The whole thing is confusing, and I understand what you mean by that, because they intentionally make the system confusing that way, because otherwise you'd have lots of people figuring it out, and then, you know, their system wouldn't be rigged in their favor. Personally, I'm not going to openly come out and say, yes, guys, go use the accounts, use them, because I have a conscience, and at the end of the day, if somebody goes out and you know, makes a large purchase, and I'm saying that, and then something happens to them, and I know that, you know, there's a chance that that happened because of something I said, I'm not that kind of person. That would really kill me. So with everything that's going on, I've openly said, I personally think right now maybe it's a better decision to change gears and go in a more controlled approach, in a place that it's not going to put people in jeopardy, but still pushing the movement forward, and still awakening people and telling people, and you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yes, because you know, this whole thing also made me go back and do some history research, and you know, the Act of 1871, they also disclosed that, you know, that you know, the fictitious name and the fictitious character is there. However, we would have to reclaim it. So when I hear about reclaiming in order to not be fictitious, the only thing that comes up to me would be the straw man, and that's why I wanted to know, was that the avenue that you know, or is that the recommended avenue, or is that the avenue that you all already had?
Yes, but there. But if you, here's the other side of it, is if you. With reclaiming a straw man, there still are dangers with that as well. And to me, and here's where I'm at in my mind right at this point in time, okay, is nobody should have to go and reclaim, excuse my French, but shit. The way they've had this system rigged is complete and utter bullcrap, and we can change all of this and scrap that if we get enough people awoke and get enough people together. And that's the bottom line. Nobody should be looked at as cattle, or as you know, numbers and dollar bills, and that whole system is just, it's disgusting, it's sinister, and it's criminal. And so yeah, you and I may go and reclaim our straw man, okay? But what about the other 10 million people, or 20 million people, or 100 million people that are out there and didn't hear this message?
Exactly.
What about them?
Know about a straw man for that much.
Right. So what about them? So does that mean that because you and me and everybody else in this call were smart enough, I guess you could say, to see the writing on the wall, and then we heard a message and it resonated with us, so we're going to go and take care of ourselves and then leave everybody else to their own devices? Personally, I guess, like I said, I am a patriot, and I put my foot in the dirt here, and I'm personally making a stand, and it's not just for myself, it's for everybody else, you know, in this country and in this world, for that matter. But we got to start home before anywhere else.
Exactly. Yeah, because this was just all this was just a mind boggle. It was like, wow. It was just really, I mean, I kind of had my own, you know, before everything, I kind of had my own, like, you know, my own hypotheses and everything, but when everything really was like, wow, this is actually, because I actually, you know, I went through, I made a few payments on my bills, And the same thing, you know, it got accepted. And the next day it got reversed or sent back. So when that arose, that's when I started to dive a little bit more deeper and just to see why as to why, just to see more. But yeah, I appreciate the call. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate what Harvey is doing. The same thing. We have to get this information out to a lot of other people because this is absurd in itself. Like my whole views of life even changed alone. Just to know that every particular individual that you look at, no matter what classification of status that they're on in life, they're all worth billions, and they don't even know how to get to it. And that right there is astonishing to me. Yeah. So
I totally agree.
We have to get this out to people, and I also feel if we can find out a way to where we can utilize this successfully to where there are no reversals or where there are no, you know, to where there is no back end, then we will also be more effective to help people too. Because, you know, just like you guys were saying earlier, a lot of people will get reversals and stuff, and then they'll say "fuck you" or "you guys are cons or frauds." But it's like, if they're doing it for a reason, I know that there's certain things that we may have not. See, together as a collective, we can figure out what it is. So, you know, that's all. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. I found out that, you know, today you guys were going to do the conference call, so I just had to call and everything. Again, I really appreciate you, brother. I really appreciate you too, Harvey, even though I know he's not on the phone at the moment. Yes, man, let's just continue to help everyone. And, yeah, we'll get to the bottom of this for real.
Yeah, and I appreciate you too, and I appreciate everybody else. That's you know, that's calling in, and that's on the live stream. You know, I love all you guys, and you too, Harvey. I wish you could have stayed longer. I know you're working on your site. So anyway, thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
My name is Darius too, by the way. I'm sorry.
Okay, Darius. Thank you. Darius. I appreciate it. I'm gonna keep going. There's still a lot more calls. Yeah, I definitely appreciate your feedback, and I appreciate, you know, you being a part of the movement.
No problem. All
right, brother.
All right, Mike. You take care.
You too, bud.
Thank you, bro.
Bye. 904. (904) 904 514. No. 315.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What's up?
How you doing? Mike?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing okay. This is Eric here, New York deplorable, disabled Marine Corps veteran. I just wanted to wait, you know, and call in to let you guys know I love what you're doing. I definitely got your 6. If there's anything I could do to help and assist, I was listening to the conversation about strength in numbers. You made the statement earlier in the call there that strength in numbers is paramount, which I couldn't agree more. But as far as taking a tactical approach to the situation and trying to get things dialed in, my idea or my 2 cents is how would you feel about actually doing not necessarily chapters or even battalions, but doing something like statewide type of thing. So let's say that if I'm in New York, you know, I would try to get as many people as I possibly could awoke in this area in New York.
Yeah.
And I would head that part of New York, and then you would have somebody else in Pennsylvania, or somebody else in Texas there, or California, or wherever they're from, you know, and then try to pull those people together and have heads of each state, kind of like it is in the government, but we're making our own government. You know what I mean? We're making our own fucking rules from here on out. You know? What do you think about that?
I think it's a very good idea. It's definitely, even in the simple aspect of just waking people up. I mean, you know, but that's good in conjunction with the internet, because the internet does it does wake, you know, you can reach a lot more people, but why not work in the areas that we live as well and try to, you know, wake up our neighbors? That's definitely an awesome idea. And
that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? If you're in that given demographic area of where you're from, the city, the township, the municipality, wherever, you know, you can actually start putting boots on the ground. Start talking to the people to your left and your right that live in the neighbor's house next door, or the buddy down the street, or the guy down at the edge of the bar, you know, wherever.
Yeah.
So you start talking to these people, right? And then once you get to a certain amount of people that are awake, you can actually have micro meetings, kind of sort of like these calls that you got here, but in that area. Let's say, for example, I live in Rome. That's where I am right now. I live in Rome, New York. And then let's say, once a month or once every 2 weeks, even, you know, we have a meeting of all the people that are tuned in, you know, high speed, low drag, they're awake, ready to fucking make things move, you know, so you have a meeting. And then you share ideas and concepts from there, and you maybe pull some money together or some coinage or whatever you want to call it, and maybe you put an ad in the paper. Maybe you, you know, some types of boots on the ground where it's a combination of both. You got both the internet of all your friends that you got on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, whatever, and then you also got actual live people that you live with, that you're next to, that you can directly impact. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. 100%. I definitely agree. That's a great idea, and I think that you know, that's something that we would have to again, with the blog that I was talking about starting, where we could kind of figure out who's in what area, not like exact, but who's in what rough area. That could be another thing that could branch off of that same blog. You know, hey, I can hit up this region. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. I'll try to.
Especially from your standpoint, you can obviously be able to work that out logistically to the point to where you can have administered the delegation of responsibility in that area to a person, right? And then that person you communicate with, that's kind of like not the president, but kind of like the speaker of that group. And then you could say, okay, we've got New York dialed in. Okay, then now we've got some guys in Pennsylvania. Let's get them dialed in. Then we've got people in Texas who's dialed in. You know?
Definitely. It's a great idea. We'll have to work together on that. You got my email, right?
Actually, I don't, believe it or not. I can write it down though, for sure.
Okay. It's stop, S-O-T or S-T-O-P T-H-E C-H-A-O-S 07 at Gmail.
07?
Yep, 07 at Gmail. Stop the chaos. I'm sorry. Stop the chaos now. I'm tired. I apologize. I'm pretty tired. Stop the chaos now 07 at gmail.com. That's easier.
Yeah. I think that'll work out great. I mean, I can speak for myself as well as many other disabled veterans that I speak with on a weekly basis at the VFW or even at the VA healthcare clinic that I'm going to start talking with. And I couldn't be happier. I think that people need to be awake. They need to be aware. And I say, let's do it. Let's get things going. I got much love and respect for both you and for Harvey. Anything I could do to help, you'll get my email as soon as I get done off the call here to confirm. And let's get moving. Let's wake people up.
Sounds good. Thank you. And thank you for your service.
All right. Thank you. Take care, Mike.
You too, bud. Bye. 513.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. This is Sherry. I agree with the last caller about, you know, breaking off into sectors or, you know, different teams. I said I'm here in Ohio, and I just been really, over the last several days, after this has come to my attention, I'm going to say about a week or so, I've just been engrossed in this to the point to where you know, this is all that I do all day, you know, and it's crazy. So I'm really in agreement with that. But couple things, you know, and more importantly, getting out there is really important, because there's a lot of people that I've been presenting this to, and when I try to, you know, give them feedback, and you know, but there is no, I want to say it. Cookie. I say there's no cookie cutter way of handling this, but I'm trying to take all the information that I'm filtering through and trying to make sense of it all, so then that way I can try to break it down into, you know, something that's not as confusing as it is for a lot of the people that I've been presenting it to. You know, so I think that if we could, you know, just kind of get a system in place, you know, of course people can make their own decisions. We're not trying to, you know, be their leaders. We're not trying to tell them what to do. They can just get the information based on what we have gathered, based on what people have experienced, and then, you know, pass that on, you know, and then people can, you know, again, go back and do their due diligence and figure this whole thing out for themselves. So that's one thing. The other thing is, you know, I just recently, after just taking a deep breath and whatnot, I paid my Discover bill, and it wasn't that much. It was less than $300. So today I got the email that told me that the payment was received. And so when I went to check my balance, or I'm sorry, my available credit, it didn't show that there was anything available. So I'm like, well, that's odd, because normally when I get that email after I make a payment, it reflects in my available credit. So I called, and the young lady basically was just telling me that, you know, well, it just takes some time, about 8 business days for it to clear. And I said, oh. I said, well, normally once I get the email, it's showing reflecting in my available credit. So then she said, okay, she said, well, let me transfer you to the specialty department to get your question answered. And I said, oh, okay. I said, you said specialty department? Now, I have a background in underwriting, mortgage underwriting. So I totally get, you know, and I work in banking, so I know the code words for the fraud department, because they just don't outright say fraud department. You understand?
Yep.
They don't tell you that, because it sends a red flag up to the customer. So they never say fraud. Even when internally, when you're sending correspondence internally, you never mention fraud department, where somebody can mistakenly go back and repeat it back to the customer. So you use other words outside of that. So she said specialty department. So she transferred me, and the gentleman who came on the phone, his name was Blake, and he went on to tell me that, oh, well, you know, it goes through some kind of the security software, and you know, it can take up to 8 business days for this to clear your bank. But then he went on and said, well, we can go ahead and call your bank to see if this went through. We can do a conference call and conference call your bank in. And what I did was I used one of the lesser banks, because when I tried to put in the FRB routing number, it wouldn't accept it. It kept giving me an error. Although it was accepting it on the PayPal's end, it wasn't accepting it on Discover's end. So, and I was just testing it out on PayPal. I didn't link anything at all. I just wanted to see what would come up. So anyway, I found the lesser bank, and I did that, and it went to just fine, and it linked to Citizens. So then I said, okay, well, you know, I'll wait and see what happens. You know, I said, but I didn't say see what happens, but I said, okay, well, you know, I'm going to say it's clear, then I'll just wait it out. You know, let's just, you know, I said, I'll just wait. And so he said, okay. And then I said, if I have to call back, I will. And so I don't know, that was, it just alarmed me that, you know, that was done. It's making me wonder, like, what the heck is going on the back end.
Now you're.
Any thoughts?
I'm sorry, my brain's like fried. Could you just repeat that last part?
I basically, well, you heard me say about the 8 business days. I just said, well, I'll just wait it out. If I have to call back, I will, you know, to see what happens. And so that was the end of it, you know, with him. But it's making me wonder and scratch my head, like, as to what's going on the back end as far as, you know, it kind of makes me feel like that it's been flagged.
I think, yeah, I do think that they have a flagging method for our accounts, especially if you do like a very large transaction. I feel like that, but I don't think it's a permanent thing. I think that they probably just have people monitoring, you know, these certain accounts, because it seems like they won't go through for a little bit and then all of a sudden they'd go through. That's just what I've kind of noticed. Is that what you're getting to? You were asking?
Yeah, that's what I mean, because this is my first time, you know, and like you said, you want to get it. I mean, just the only way for me to know is to try it, you know. So, I mean, it was less than $300 the transaction. It was $295 or some change.
And you didn't make a larger transaction at any point, like before that?
This was my very first time.
That was your first time. Okay.
So yeah. I have the initial email where he gave me the confirmation number, and then I have today's email that told me that the payment has been, you know, and then I seen it processing, and then today it came through that, okay, we received your payment. So I have all of that, you know, but it's not reflecting in my available credit. So and then he said it takes 8 business days.
The credit card's not reflecting your available credit. They'll do it. Typically, they'll do it once. As soon as once it posts, it takes them a couple days to, depending on what the credit card is, to give you your available balance. But I'm just gonna, I'll tell you, be careful. Like, don't go and then right away use that available balance, because it may end up getting reversed, and then you'll end up, you know, having a much higher balance than you intended on having if it does reverse. That's, you know, all these reasons are kind of why I'm trying to move more towards the awareness aspect of this, and making like real change versus just temporary. Instead of temporary or immediate gratification, I'm thinking long term, making a difference. If you get what I'm saying.
Right. No, I totally get that, because my whole intention, you know, I wasn't going to go ham. I was just going to leave it be. You know, if I could pay it off and leave it paid off, great. You know, but then I wanted to see and then move on to the next thing, and just kind of work on small things, and then go from there. But I'm gonna just let it sit for a minute and then see what happens. Again, it was really small. It wasn't anything, you know, drastic. I wasn't, you know, going in for thousands and thousands. I wasn't trying to do that.
Right.
But okay. So I'm done with that. My next thing is, have you ever done anything about the copyright notice for your name?
Still, yeah, I'm still, as I've said, I have done a lot of research between all the different paths you can take, between the UCC and between your birth certificate and the power of attorney. I do have a power of attorney already drawn up, but I have not actually gone at this point, because there's pros and cons to each way from what I found. So you have to weigh those in, and that's what I'm actually doing at now. And, you know, for anybody that thinks it's just like, you know, as simple as jumping out and filing any one of those forms, there is literally books and books and books to read. So do not think that because you read either one article or watch one video on that, you know, that's sufficient. There is books and books and books, and document after document online that especially with the federal government, between laws that you have to read and understand to know that. That is, I have already told everybody, and I am going to put out those videos going over, you know, like the step-by-step for each one. I'm not going to condone any one way yet, but I will cover that.
I think this is a good idea for everybody to also, and this is my last thing, and then I know you got to move on. I know you're probably exhausted, but I think everybody should go ahead and maybe order them the Black's Law Dictionary. Then that way they can have it right there in their hands instead of typing in the Google for what a word means, because there's so many different definitions out there. We're looking at legal terms, so we can't plug in, a word like sexualized in Google and think that we're going to get the legal terminology for that in Google. Get the Black's Law Dictionary, and then that way you can have it right there at your disposal. That's what I'm going to do.
Right. No, that's a good recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. You have a good night.
You too. Thanks.
269.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is. Hello.
Yep.
Okay. Hi. My name is Joetta, and I'm out of Georgia. And I have two questions. Okay. The first one is, yesterday I was sitting at the house and came across the news that they have alerted a lot of major companies to do not accept any routing numbers or any account numbers coming from the Federal Reserve. So like they're alerting people here. And ever since I paid a couple of my bills, they went through, and then I got a reversal like 8 and 7 days later. And then now I tried to redo them, and it went through that first day, and then ever since like the last 2 days, they haven't been going through at all. Like it's been saying that I have an invalid routing number.
It's been saying you have an invalid routing number. It's not that you have an invalid routing number. It's pretty much from what you had said in the first sentence there. A lot of the companies are they're updating their software to not recognize the Federal Reserve routing numbers. That's and then they also have, I do believe they have been temporarily disabling them at certain times of the day. Like I think they're doing it more like over the weekend, because then they have a lot of reversals to get back to on Monday. I mean, that's only speculation, but that's what it would seem to be. But there's definitely, I see what you're saying. There definitely has been companies that have they've updated their software to not recognize the Federal Reserve routing numbers.
Yeah, because at first they were going through, and then all of a sudden, like it said that my balance was zero. I paid my spectrum bill. It said my balance was zero for like a week, and then all of a sudden it came back as a reversal.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's another big factor as to why I'm changing my gears, and I'm trying to continue with exposing these accounts and pushing the movement forward, but doing it in a different direction, because they can keep changing these routing numbers, and they can keep telling these companies not to. I mean, we could sit here and keep trying to do this, and we might be successful here or there, but again, we're only buying time temporarily. We're not fixing the problem. You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand. And then like it's even like a lot of like the mom and pop businesses that you kind of like see, like you will have a little bill there or something for like a washer and dryer or something. And I paid that off, and that never came back. But they never said anything else about it. And that's been over a week. It's been over a week for that. But like those ones are going through, but like the major businesses aren't. And then my second question is, I've been trying to purchase like gold bars, and it's not going through. I have to have a wire from the bank. So I wanted to ask Harvey, how was he doing that?
Yeah, did you use the Anthem gold?
Yes, that's what I was doing.
Okay.
Yeah, so they were saying I needed a direct basically go through my bank and do it like a wire, so they don't do ACH transfer.
Okay. Yeah, you may want to ask Harvey that one. I'm not personally like looking to buy stuff at this point. I might pay a bill here or there if it'll let me do it in the system. But yeah, I'm more focusing on. I will still put out any information that I find on this channel, and I will still keep updating everybody like that. But my primary objective is to awake as many people as possible and really try to make some long-term real change versus just a temporary solution,
Right. I understand. And then we should probably figure out a way to like get everybody that's in the same region, like to come together and try to brainstorm, I guess, and try to figure out how we're gonna get it out. Because some people, it's like you talking in a different language to them, and they just like, no, I'm not going for it. So I think that we just probably like need people that's in the same region should probably get together and kind of figure out, I wouldn't say the best wording or try how to wake people up about it. So
right.
And we've been, me and my husband been following you guys for a while now. So
Awesome, thank you.
Love what you're doing, Mike.
How you doing?
I love what you're doing, Mike.
Oh, thank you.
Mike.
Yeah, I love what you're doing. You are. Y'all shit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Love you guys too.
All right, love you.
All right. 651.
Hi, this is Kevin Lewis, Minnesota. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. First thing, I'm the guy that sent you the audio about the Social Security yesterday. Did you send that information to Harvey?
Yes, I emailed that over to him.
Okay. What I had to do to get my stuff paid is the first time I tried, they said, well, it's not going to go through kind of thing. I had to actually call the check company, the one that is with a lot of the companies and stuff like that, that looks at the credentials of the transaction.
Yeah.
And I had to actually update the system with them, with my corporate fiction name, the all capital letters and stuff like that, and with the address and everything. And now I've had no problem with any of the transactions reversing or anything.
Okay, so you said you had them update. Could you just say that one more time?
So what I had to do was they're like, well, this account's never been used, kind of thing. You don't use it, so it automatically bounces out, kind of thing, because they think it's fraud. So I had to update their system with, they asked me, okay, is this a business or a personal banking account? And I told them it's a business account. And then I told them, okay, and the business name is, my name, my first name, middle name, last name. But I said it's all in capital letters. And I said P, capital, O, capital, all the way until my last name, kind of thing. And I've been using the accounts now, and there has been no reversal at all.
And how long has it been now with no reversals?
It's been about a month and a half now. I just had to wait the 7 days, because they said that it's going to take 7 days for the system to update, and then after that, I've had no problems at all. I haven't had any reversals or anything. I do think that the Social Security yesterday and stuff, and they were talking about how account is kind of like the retirement account in the trust of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Because the lady admitted it. Like, she told me the whole entire thing.
Yeah, I remember listening to the audio. I was going to be emailing you to get more on the story so I could put that up.
Yeah. So right after that, I think that this account is really used for, paying bills that you have already invested in kind of thing, like kind of like your student loans and stuff that you actually are in debt with. I don't think the account's really supposed to be used to like go out and buy like homes and cars and houses and stuff. I think it's because going on the Treasury account, looking on it on the website and stuff, it says that it's used for, you know, credit and discharging of debt.
Right.
So that's what I think this account is really supposed to be used for. And, you know, and if you remember hearing that their audio and stuff said that it's all in this big huge pool of everybody's Social Security as they work and stuff like that, that contribute to it. It's all in this big huge pool that's in the trust account at the Federal Reserve, and it was basically a savings account that got set up back in the 30s and stuff, so that the economy didn't go back into the depression stage and stuff.
Right. So you called the Social Security office, and then the Social Security office went through and updated your account?
No, I actually called like so I tried to make a payment with one of my companies and stuff, and it didn't go through. Well, I called the company and I'm like, well, what's going on? They said, well, the check company that is used for most of transactions and stuff like that look and decide whether it should go through or not, because they look for the fraud and stuff like that. They said that the credentials weren't there, so they gave me a number to the check company thing, and I called them, and they're like, okay, well, what's your business, kind of thing, and I told them the whole business and everything else, and now, like I said, I haven't had any problems using the routing account, using, you know, the account or anything.
Okay.
So I use it for discharging and stuff like that. I don't use it to, you know, go out and buy extravagant stuff. Like,
right. Yeah, that's what I was unsure of, and I like I said, I was gonna be getting back to you anyway via email, because I was gonna put that up, but I wanted to make sure that it was okay with you first.
Yep.
So if that's okay with you, I'll put up that recording. It'll probably be tomorrow, because I still got quite a few calls to go through, and
Right. So I'll let you go, but I just wanted to see if you forwarded it to Harvey or not yet. So.
Yeah, I did. I sent that with an earlier email, so he should have that information already.
Okay.
And
well, thank you for everything that you're doing and stuff.
Yeah, I'll email you back, and maybe what I can do is we can get out a Google Hangout or something, and you can explain the process that you went through for everybody, so that they can try that themselves. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. 615.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing pretty good. Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you guys. I'm trying to get a car. I know you're thinking more long term, which I respect. I was trying to get, it's not really an expensive car, nothing. I'd say about $2,000.
Okay.
So and I was trying to do an ACH payment.
Okay.
And I talked to him and everything. It was a buy here, pay here place.
Yep.
And he asked me this question. I didn't really know what to tell him. He wanted to ask what the bank called. I really just didn't know what to tell him. You know?
Federal Reserve.
Just that simple, huh?
Yeah, that's what the bank is called. If you don't tell them that, then they don't write that down, then it'll for sure get kicked back.
Okay.
Like 90% will get kicked back, I should say. There's always that 10% that the algorithms mess up, but.
Okay. So basically just tell them Federal Reserve and he'll put it in the system and it should go through. Well, I mean, you know, might get reversed, but
right.
It's worth a shot, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, I would tell them Federal Reserve. That's probably your best bet. But you know, like I said, with everything that's going on, I would have to, you know, stress a word of caution. Just, you know, to protect yourself. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's ultimately it's your decision, but I would stress a word of caution. But if they're asking you what the bank is, I wouldn't tell them a different bank than what it is you're trying to use.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, hey, I appreciate everything you're doing, man.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys too.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. 908.
Hey, how's it going? Just enjoying the call. I appreciate you trying to get the message out there for people. I don't have like a real big question. I would just like to maybe offer like a little insight that might help.
Sure.
Some people out there. Now I've done a few things with this. In the beginning, some credit card bills and went through no problem and got my balance back and was able to use it. And then they started doing their thing to one degree or another. What I think people don't understand when I hear people talking about this, like I only mess with this because like I knew what it was beforehand, and it freaks me out how many people don't. So like I think the biggest thing anyone could do to help themselves, if anyone's on this call looking for someone to tell them the next step after hearing whatever Harvey or whoever they heard it the first time was the first step, but didn't really know why they did it, is to really read the stuff on the Fed's website and the Treasury's website and all of these people's literature and find out what you're doing, why you're doing it, and how you can do it. That being said, I know why they are keeping the money, because like the Fed doesn't take funds back.
Right.
Why would they take their funny money back?
Yep.
Second of all of this is all predicated upon double book entry accounting. So there's always a side of the ledger that like, you know, we don't see and we don't know about until we start learning about this stuff. So what's happening when these things go through is one side of the ledger is paid off, but the other side of the ledger that would normally be paid off by check or check equivalent, now digital, that you send back, doesn't go through, and that usually pays the other side of the ledger. That's not happening now. So one of their ledgers is beat. And the reason you can tell that is because when you read in the Fed circulars, it says the only time they would even give you a return code is if it was a duplicate or erroneous transmission. And just looking at the way some of the, you know, wonky things have gone down on some of my account histories, I can see that that's what they're doing, because they're not only doing it twice, they're trying to send, like on like my car loan services, I could tell they tried to put it through like 3 or 4 times after like the one time that I did each payment. So really the way people can go about this is, like, I can't explain, I wish I could, but I could not explain the complexities enough to, I feel like, give somebody the confidence that I would have to go try to enforce these things, or have somebody else enforce these things, which is actually the route I'm going. But all I can say is the more you know how they really work, you'll feel more comfortable doing it.
Yeah.
Because doing this, if you want to get them through, you have to enforce it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who thought they were going to sit back and it was just going to go through, and that's not how this works.
Right.
But it does work. You know what I mean? It's like there's an account there. We all know that like funds aren't drawn multiple times on non-existent accounts. However, what the caller before was saying, that was interesting. That those were some jewels right there, because no one's talking about the ACH company in between,
right?
Which is what clears these things, and all of these different, like from the bank who you are initiating the payment to that ACH company, to the receiving lower branch on that end, before it even transmits to wherever it does. Each one of those has different insurance specifications under the FDIC, and you know they get covered for everything. And the Fed is indemnified from the start, so it doesn't even matter. The Fed doesn't lose.
Right.
But
yeah, entirely.
Really, the more people know about
That's right up the same. I mean, basically, from what I'm gathering from what you're saying too, is, I mean, you know, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. And we could sit here and keep trying to put these payments through and having them reverse, but what are we solving? One might go through every so often at this point because they're trying to intentionally block us, and those third-party processing, you know, companies are blocking the Federal Reserve numbers or keeping them from going through, or they're being reversed and the companies are taking the money, and they're just saying, hey, you got to prove documentation, but really it's already paid and they're keeping the money and you can't prove the documentation. So the only way to change that.
I'm sorry, go on, brother. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no, it's all right. But that's why I'm changing gears, because I mean, we could sit here and bang our heads against the wall all day long, but what is it going to solve? We're better off, you know, moving forward, waking up more, and
well, that's the beauty of it. I don't have to bang my head against the wall because I know how to do business like this. There is a way, but it's not simple. It's not step by step, and it's different for different people depending on what you're trying to do, how you're doing it. What some of the callers have been saying is very on point. Stop trying to draw funds from this.
Yeah.
Stop trying to make original purchases and draw from it like it's a checking account, because it's not a checking account. And it's not a single account. Like, they're absolutely right. They do not keep accounts for individuals. And the whole way that I approach this, even from when I started it, is not as an individual. I don't do individual. Like, that's not like what Harvey said before. That's why Harvey said, I'm not an individual. He's right. Don't be an individual.
Yeah.
Individual gets bent over.
Yeah. You're a corporate entity.
But the thing to remember, and you know, you can, and please, anyone, don't take my word for it. Research what I say, but it is based on research, and that is, federal trust funds don't work like other trust funds. Meaning, like, it doesn't just sit there accumulating for you in a single account. It is this kind of pool of, like we all know, not really money. It's money of accounts. So it's just and like, let's
digits.
take
digits.
Exactly. But there is an account kept. So, like, but for instance, like, Medicaid is a trust fund. But Medicaid often pays out more than there is in the trust fund. The only difference is the United States corporation can borrow against itself and not pay it back because it's making it up in the first place.
Yeah.
So in any case, like, that's something to keep. So yeah, you're better off if you're going to go down this route. Know what you're doing. Plan on enforcing it after, because you're going to have to, and only use it for the set off of public debt.
Right. But
that is what it's for.
At the same time, though, we can't forget all those other people that are out there that are still asleep and being brainwashed and dumbed down and have, you know, no idea of what's going on. So I mean, we can all go and take care of ourselves and, you know, say, you know, screw everybody.
I support you. I support you waking people up, and whoever you can wake up, and whoever really does want to be woken up, that's wonderful. Like, I've not been in this as long as some others. I'm a quick study, and I just was quick to apply. But I did go through a phase of, you do want to wake everyone up and save everyone, but it can be staggering. You know, just sort of like the movie The Matrix, the amount of people that will not want to wake up and will quite literally fight to defend the system that is a lie.
Cognitive dissonance. Yes, cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to come to grips with that. I mean, they want to think that, you know, you think you work for something. I get it. I mean, and it's not just taking care. Like, the best way I could put it is this: when I moved past, I guess, that phase of this, what I'm doing now is starting to substantiate, and for my family and loved ones and the people that have been drawn to and gathered around me based on this, and I think that through that, and our intention, you know, is to do what we can do from that level. And I feel like the people that can really get this stuff, learn to use all of it. You can't ignore any of it, and it goes deep. This is a deep, deep well. It goes a lot deeper than a birth certificate and the Social Security card.
Yeah.
And the birth certificate, honestly, in my opinion, it's not worth shit. It's worth as much as the rest of the paper you got in your wherever. The birth certificate was created off of you and your infinite potential. But at the same time, if you're trying to get something off of knowing that, but really not demonstrating you have any intention of using that infinite potential, it has nothing to do with the government or the banks. That's like natural law. That's the law of exchange knows that's what's up. And the law of exchange is not going to get back to you.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
No, it does totally.
But I yield. I'm sure there's a lot of people.
Hey, man, I appreciate. Hey, could you do me a favor and email me?
Yeah, sure. What's your email address?
Stop, STOP. It's stop the chaos now 07 at Gmail. You had some very good points there, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. I like what you're doing. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Have a good night. 863.
Hey, Mike.
How you doing, brother?
Hey, man. Wow, man, that's been a long time. Hey, I was just wondering, how many people still get on this call?
Let's see. I still got a lot on the call. There's like 107 left on the call, but in the queue to ask questions, the list is getting shorter. Like 10.
Hey, I wanted to bring something to everybody's attention.
This is being recorded on the stream though, so if that's what you were worried about, there's still I don't know, like 350 people on the stream. So.
Okay. I wanted to bring a process, okay, that's related to the same thing, okay, but it's different. It's not related to the Federal Reserve, but there is a group, okay, that is gaining momentum, and I don't know if you've heard of it, but but it's a learning process that teaches about the birth certificate, the contract, the driver's license, areas about it, and it takes time to go through it. And there is a Facebook group also, if you want to look into that. But it's called monetize, COLB.org.
Yeah, I actually I have the site bookmarked. I haven't had a chance to like fully go through the site. That was something somebody had sent to me. I'm literally trying to sift through a lot of information all at once.
Well, they have conference calls just like this one, like every week.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of info. They save all the calls, so you could go start from the beginning and learn, figure it out, and they also have a class, okay, where they teach about laws and different areas of the process. But it's pretty much, there's like 5,000 people in the group, in the membership. And they have a Facebook group that has like 8,000 people in it. If people wanted to go check that out, it might be something, another process of doing the same thing, okay, lawfully. Okay.
Yeah.
Go check that out. That's monetize, COLB.org, and they have a Facebook group in the same name. And I just wanted to bring that up and see if you knew anything about it. I've been following that group for quite some time, and they're about 2 years old. And but the thing is, you got to understand, this is a learning process. You know what I mean? A lot of the questions that you might have about this process will be in the conference calls, and before you went to the page or went to the conference calls and asked questions, go listen to the calls first. And your question will probably get answered, but I think it's something that could be a very positive thing for the entire world, because there's no
I'll definitely
limit on that.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it. I'll definitely check it out. Like I said, it's saved in my bookmarks. It's one of those things that I saw and it looked interesting, and I was gonna get back to checking it out. I just
The program is ran. It's operated by the Native American Law and Justice Center. Okay, and the guy running the program is a federal judge.
And it was
older judge.
The name of it was monetize CBL, right?
No, COLB, as in
yeah, certificate of live birth.
certificate.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. .org. Yes.
So that's
So, you know, I mean, I
monetized.
encourage everybody.
I'm just trying to say it for the stream because people are asking. It's monetize COLB at .org.
Yeah.
.org. You guys
Yeah,
can check that out and
.org.
check out their information too.
Well, you check it out too.
Oh, I definitely, I
mean,
definitely am. I as soon as I have a free minute, man, I have like so many videos I've started that I haven't even been able to finish. I'm just trying to keep up with all this. So I want to get some of those finished, and then I'm going to also take a look.
But yeah, there's a lot of people in this program already. It gives everybody hope. Okay, I really believe that this is going to pay off. Okay, you know, the people running it are very sincere. Okay, they're very serious about their law, and they teach laws. They teach you, you know, they give you the whole bigger picture. You know what I mean? Instead of just, you know, how to do this process, you know, with the Federal Reserve, because, you know, honestly, hey, look, man, you know, I like the idea, okay, but, you know, for them to really think that they're going to give us access to these accounts, I just don't, you know, I have more faith in this other process than I do with, you know, thinking that the government's going to just give us $27 million. You know, I mean, I'm just trying to be real about it. I mean, some things just got to be done the right way, you know, and some people are just a little bit loose about it. But I like that, you know, that guy you had, I think it was like two guys ago. I like that. I'm really interested in on that guy's process about paying the debts off and things like that. So I can't wait for you to come up with that. I'll really be looking forward to see that because I would like to get into that myself. But you know, I just want to bring it out.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you so much. Did you have any did you have any questions, or is that?
No, that's what I wanted to say, man.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Thanks a lot, Mike. You have a good night.
You too, brother.
I'm out.
You too, brother. Thank you.
Conference. Pass my.
Oh, sorry. 415.
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
How you doing, brother?
Awesome. This is out in San Francisco.
How you doing?
Well, yeah, I don't have any debt because I didn't put myself in debt. But I mean, it's like if somebody doesn't have any debt and they want to collect, I mean, I want to go get a Lambo, you know. But I mean, I know it seems kind of excessive, but I mean, Heather, you know, kind of got in trouble as well, you know, doing the big purchase, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I would honestly hold off on buying a Lambo.
I mean, I paid all my bills, you know what I mean? So it's like, you know, why wait, you know? But you know, I mean, but yeah. So wow, yeah, I like all the videos you're doing, and it'd be nice to know, you know, if there was a way that you could do that with the ACH.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that hopefully we'll find out. But you know, again, I just got to be.
For somebody who doesn't have debt, you know, it's like I can't utilize the system, so all that money's sitting there, and I can't use it because I didn't put myself out there in debt. That sucks, you know.
Well, but that doesn't mean that you can't make a difference, and that's where I'm trying to, because
how am I going to make a difference? You know, if I can't, you know, I don't have any money or you know, the ability to put myself in debt to be able to utilize the system. So you know, it's like, so who's getting paid? All the people that are in debt who put themselves out on the line. You know what I mean? Like, I don't owe anybody because I pay all my bills, and now, you know, I can't utilize the system because I did everything correct. That sucks.
No, I get that, but I mean, I'm not. See, I don't know. I don't have like the me mentality, I guess, right now. My big thing is focusing on all these people that have absolutely no clue of. It's not about the money or the debt or the accounts, or because none of that money is anything anyway. Money's, you know, it's toilet tissue. It's worth nothing. It has no value, no backing. And all these people are wasting their lives away, you know, in the rat race for this non-existent, valued currency and money and letting their time.
But isn't it backed by gold now?
It's not backed by gold yet. It's being talked about. It's not.
I thought Pence backed all our money by gold now.
I'd like
the old system is gone.
I would believe that when I actually see it, because the gold was stolen by the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the ones behind the Federal Reserve. They're not just going to hand us.
It just happened when they failed to pass the health care. Then Pence went and backed our money by gold. And it didn't, like, because I'm like, paying attention to the Nasara Jazara. Do you know about that?
The what?
The Nasara Jazara?
Yeah, you're talking about Nasara. That's I'm not.
National Economic Security Reformation Act, and then the G is for the Global Economic Security Reformation Act. And everybody's paying attention to the Intel Dinar Chronicles .blogspot. And then that's where everybody's paying attention to the different currencies, and so we're all waiting for that to go through because Bill Clinton signed it back in October or March or October of 2001, so it's an actual law. And then it went to the World Court, and it got put in, and so this is an actual law, and everybody's waiting for that to happen. And so that's one of the reasons why the World Trade Center came down, is because it was supposed to go into the software, into the computer system on 9/11 and at 9 o'clock, but the George Bush and Dick Cheney decided to fuck the American people, and so they blew up the World Trade Center, which had all the computer system that was supposed to be downloaded into the computer. All the information was supposed to be downloaded into the computer on 9/11, and they fucked us 10 minutes before they were to download it into the computer system. So what they did, and that's why the other World Trade Center, World Trade Center 7, was connected to the World Trade Centers as well. The three buildings came down because it was housing all the paperwork.
Yeah, do me a favor. Can you send me the laws in the not Dinar Chronicles? I don't want Dinar Chronicles because that is people's opinions. That is not fact. I've gone through there. I'm in facts. I deal with facts. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't, but could you just send me that stuff? Because if I could find, credible evidence, then yeah, I would definitely put that out there. But from what I found, I haven't found a piece of credible evidence to back it up.
You haven't?
I have not. I've been looking.
This isn't like a myth or anything, And that's why the World Trade Center came down, and so because Dick Cheney stole $6 trillion from the Federal Reserve, or whatever system that he stole it from, but from the American people, because these are Luciferians that we're dealing with here. People worship Satan.
No, I know.
And, so that's most of our presidents are demon worshipers, and that's why they don't really want everybody to be prosperous, is because if everybody was rich, then what good would they it wouldn't be anything for them to be rich. So this is all a real fact that a lot of the American people have no idea what's going on about the Nasara Jazara, and it's actually supposed to go through like sometime before, I believe, September 30th. And so, like, if you have like certain currencies, you're gonna be way richer than most of the rich people out there because it's all gonna flip,
Definitely.
And so this is basically what's really going on behind the scenes, and that's one of the reasons why the healthcare bill didn't get put into law. They didn't repeal it. Was because the RV, the currency revaluation, was in the healthcare bill.
Yeah, could you do that though? Could you send me some credible links so I can take a look at that? I definitely will.
I certainly will, and you'll see my email is Glass Sherlock.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I've already got some emails from you. I'll definitely take a look at it and see what I can find. And if I find everything to be in order, I'll definitely put up a story on it.
And you can also call Willie's Truth Call on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I'll send you the number for that, and you can talk to one who knows, which is Richard McKim Jr.
Right.
And then Yosef, I don't know if you've heard of them.
Yeah, I have. I do pay. Look, I do check DNR Chronicles, but I am the kind of person where I only believe things after I prove it to be fact, like for myself. That's just me. When I take Truther, I'm supposed to be, research every avenue and make sure that I'm actually finding the truth, and that's me in my mind. So I'm not saying something isn't that. I just want to be able to check it out. So yeah, if you could send me, that'd be awesome.
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah, I'd definitely take a look at it, man.
And this is the other thing is like, is this a computer system that people are tapping into, or is somebody actually really checking it? You know what I mean? Like, there might be a computer system where, it's attached to my name, but then again, it's like maybe people aren't, really checking it, and then people can like tap into it and spend money. And then, like, you know what I mean? Maybe nobody's checking it, and it's just going through because it's a computer system that is allowing it. And if you do everything correct, maybe you can pull all the money out or spend the money. And so, and then, like, and then, I mean, is there actually like people that are actually watching these funds go out of the system?
Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, definitely send me that stuff. I'll take a look at it, and I'll be doing these calls, more often, probably like once a week or something. So, send me that stuff over, and I'll chat with you through the email and take a look at it, and we'll go from there. All right?
What was the one email again?
stopthechaosnow07@gmail.com.
Sure thing. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You have a good night.
Be open. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. 208.
Hey, Mike. This is Jono from Idaho. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, John?
I'm doing good. Hey, I'll try to be quick. You might want to consider, because you're talking about doing these calls more in the future, kind of dividing into two types of calls. One call is where people have a chance to call in and, say, I submitted my bill, and then, tell their little story and, try to get an answer to a question or whatever. And then do another call that's like a more of a mastermind call. And I belong to several think tanks along these lines, and I think you'll find that things will be a lot more productive that way, because, certain people that really have good stuff to contribute, they don't want to sit through hundreds of calls.
Yeah, I know.
Same things over and over and over and over.
Yeah, I hear you. This was like a learning call here, first call on the channel. So I apologize to everybody for the wait. I'm just starting.
No worries. I'm just saying, offer suggestions. That's all. And then really quick, I don't know if you heard me. I tried to type in when Harvey was on about the TDA accounts. I can tell you in no uncertain terms, I've been doing this been in the Liberty movement for 10 years at least, and have been into this usurpation of the nation as a whole and the usurpation of us as individuals since really about the time of the bankruptcy in '33. And we got to divide those things into two different compartments, if you will. Fighting the kind of like the corporate countrywide usurpation, and fighting the usurpation of us as individuals. And that's kind of what we're dealing with here. But the problem is that so many people, which is evident by this call, they're like flashes in a pan. They just go out and hear about this stuff within the last couple of weeks, and they're already trying to pay off debts. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, back up, man. Putting the cart before the horse. Most of these folks have no idea what they're doing. They don't understand the usurpation of us as individuals. They don't have the history. They don't have the knowledge. And it really is causing probably a bigger problem than anything.
Right.
The fact is that there's a certain amount of knowledge that has to be gained before people can start jumping off these cliffs like this.
Yeah, I agree.
And I've been doing this for a long time, and I don't have the answers, and I've been doing it for a long time. And so you can't, July 7th, I heard about this on the internet, and I'm already thinking I know what I'm doing. I'm going to start submitting these Federal Reserve routing numbers with my Social Security number and start paying off debts. It's like, that's just not going to work. The fact of the matter is that I don't know why they worked for a while. I don't know what happened, but there's no way that these powers that be are going to turn this stuff over to us the way that people think. It's just not going to happen that way. I know that you're aware of Judge Anna Von Wright. If you want to kind of get a broader scope of what's required, she does some really good writing on her website and Paul Stranger's website. And and I think she's right in that what you want to do is take back your estate. Doing what everybody's talking about, and even Harvey's attitude and approach toward it all, even though I respect and appreciate his efforts, but I just don't think that his approach is going to work. The fact is, you got your time and take back your estate. You got to put yourself back on the land. They have you dead, lost at sea. You need to put yourself back on the land, become a living human being, take back control of your name, and then take back control of your estate, because that's what this is. And once if you do that properly, then we won't have to battle all this. So the real knowledge and where the masterminding needs to come in is taking the research, kind of the baton, if you will, from the relay race, from the Judge Annas of the world and the William Shouts of the world, and taking it to the next level. Maybe combining some of what we learned in this last month or two, and trying to figure out, okay, how do we really take back these estates? And I can tell you with the Treasury Direct accounts that, and I've been looking on that site for a long time. The fact is, you can type in between the number on your birth certificate and your Social Security number. It's interchangeable in terms of the issue ID, if you will. And you can type in, and they have created a bond on us every month a Series E bond on us every month we've been alive from 1952 through June 1980. And there's a multiplier on there that's a 10 of them. So you take that bond value when it's matured, and all those bonds have matured, and they're just sitting there. They all have separate issue dates. Issue dates are unique in the bond world, and they all have separate maturity dates. And if you follow them along, the way the values fluctuate, you can tell there's no way it's just communicating the same bond month after month what the updated value is based on the interest that was gained in that last month, because these bonds fluctuate in value depending on what the interest rates were and things like that at the time. And so those bonds, once you look at all those, we're talking tens upon tens of billions of dollars if that multiplier is correct. Even if the multiplier isn't correct, we're talking about billions of dollars.
Right.
And so those bonds exist. They are there. They're based on you. I do like what Harvey said. Hey, none of that would exist if it weren't for me. So why don't I have a right to it? Well, I can tell you that if you call Treasury and you ask them about these bonds, they're going to say, yeah, well, they're based on you, sure, but the government owns them. You don't own them. And the reason they're going to tell you that is because we are chattel. We are considered incompetent. And we never put ourselves in the rightful status and the rightful position. As corporate citizens, everything we own belongs to the corporation. As long as you're a U.S. citizen and you're a citizen of the corporation, everything you own rolls right up to the corporation.
Right.
So the only way to get around that and take your estate back is you have to become and put yourself in the proper status. Become an American state national, and get out of that corporate citizenship, and then take the proper steps to being able to secure back your estate. I'm in the process of trying to figure all that out and put all those things together. I even got derailed on everything that's gone on this last month.
Yeah, it's and that's the thing is, like, a lot of people don't realize just how much information there is to sift through. And if you make one mistake on the way filing any of that paperwork, you could actually face jail time. So you have to literally dot every I and cross every T, and that's what I'm trying to explain to people. I know everybody wants they want to know how to do it, and I want to show them, but I also don't want to go and make a step-by-step video half-cocked and then have people trying to file paperwork and then getting charged with, because that's what they're doing. They charge you with fraud if you have any errors in that paperwork, because they don't want people being able to do that.
Yeah, and if Heather and Randy could not have navigated in such a way to not get arrested and get charged with wire fraud, then what makes everybody else think that they're going to know all the caveats along the way? And these are two people who've been doing this for a very long time, are extremely knowledgeable. In my opinion, should have known better than to go try to buy a big old RV like that. Not everything, whatever, you know. But anyway, but the bottom line is that there's just, you know, a lot of knowledge to gain, you know, and people need to you know, really understand that. So, you know, I certainly appreciate, because I stumbled across you a couple of weeks ago, and appreciate all your efforts and everything you're doing. I don't know how you gained so much knowledge so quickly and kind of became a leader as fast as you did, but it's pretty amazing.
Well, I mean, I've been in the truther movement and community as a whole since 2011, 2012. So I mean, this whole accounts thing was new as far as this month, but the whole concept of everything wasn't. I mean, I've been down the rabbit hole and back again, and there's a lot of stuff I haven't even touched on, because truthfully, I don't want to overwhelm people. I'm going to get to it on my channel, but there's a lot more to it than people realize, and there's a lot more to the deceit and the lies and reality that people don't understand. It's crazy, man. There's so many freshly awoken that if I tried to go and touch on those subjects just yet, they're gonna get overwhelmed and then probably shut down, and I don't want to do that. I want people to be able to learn at, you know, their own pace and get comfortable and understand and not be shell shocked, you know.
Well, I totally get it. Yeah, I appreciate that too. The fact is that they've been working on this fraud for decades. It's very complex. It's incredibly smart what they did and how they did it, and we're not going to unwind from this easily. I think we can, but there's a right way and a wrong way to do it, and I'm still trying to discover the step-by-step for the right way. I think I can understand the right way in my mind, but I don't have the step-by-steps, because the judgments of the world and stuff like that, they're not very good about bringing out, you know, instructions, you know. Yep. They're great about talking about things kind of in a global sense, big picture view, but not so much about putting out, you know, step-by-steps. So I'm trying to put all that stuff together myself.
Yeah.
You know, doing various research and whatnot. But yeah, if you want to start a think tank, I will send you an email, Jono from Idaho. That's not my email, but hopefully you'll recognize the name Jono. There's not too many of those out there. But yeah, if you want to start a mastermind group, I'd surely appreciate it. I'd love to participate, and I've got a tremendous amount of research and knowledge to share, and I think that if we put a good group together, you know, it's just going to broaden everybody else's horizons and help everybody else get up to speed a lot quicker.
Right. Definitely. Definitely. Awesome, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, please send me your email. That'd be great.
Okay.
Then we can
I'll let you go. You got some other callers to get to, and you're getting real tired.
Maybe we can get those mastermind calls going. That'd be good. All right.
Yeah. Okay. You have a great night, Mike. Appreciate it.
Thanks. You too, bud.
Bye-bye.
Bye. 509.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, Mike.
How are you?
Hi, this is Pink from Washington State.
How are you?
I just have a question and just maybe a thought. So the agenda of this movement is to get the federal government to free up these private accounts to the public, correct?
Yeah, that's one part of that. To me, that's one part of it. That's a part of the pie. That's not the whole thing. For me, that's just for me. I mean, yes, that is the ultimate goal, is to get these accounts freed up so that we have our accounts. But ultimately, it's to make change, make awareness, and you know, try to correct this corrupt and broken system.
Right. Because my thought is that, you know, I'm just looking at the big picture. I'm like, these federal governments are never going to release these accounts because they want to keep us their slaves and they want to keep us poor. And if everybody had access to their accounts, then who's going to want to work? You know what I mean? Right. You can pay your bills and do what you want with these accounts, then we're not going to have anybody to run our corporations or local McDonald's. You know what I mean? So I was like, going, they're never going to release them. That's why they're starting to lock up now, because they're rebuttaling against this. They're not going to stop.
Right. No, I totally agree. And that's, you know, that's kind of like what I was, that was part of the realization from the beginning, but even more so in, you know, the events that have unfolded in the last couple of days. and that's why my primary objective at this point is to first, use this channel to try to educate people and allow people to gain some knowledge on what's happened, open their eyes, wake them up, and then also unify everybody that's become awake. So as we grow and grow and grow, we become stronger, and we can maybe make some real change that will be more than just immediate gratification. It'll be long term, and hopefully make, take our republic back and make the world a truly better place, because we are all creators, and in that we can create change. There's only one God, but we are all creators in that we can make change. We can, if we rally together, make change. And I truly believe that. You get enough people together, we've got some strong will, and we've got some fighters here in America. And I think that, we already have a good start. This movement's definitely woken a lot of people up. So I think that this is a very real possibility.
Okay, well, great. Thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you. 405.
Hi, Mike.
Yes, how are you?
Hi, Vanessa from Oklahoma City.
Yes?
I wanted to touch on a couple of things. The first thing, a guy had said something about bonds, and then he had to order another one and didn't understand why there was another letter. When they first took our birth certificate, just for history's sake, they made 10 bonds for each of us. So out of the 12 Federal Reserve banks, 10 bonds were set for each of us at $1 million. Just wanted to let you know that. So you will get another letter every time you order. Also, if you had all 10, I think the plan was at 18, that's when we were supposed to ask for our, birth certificate back. Of course, we didn't get that information. So you can get up to 10 Social Security cards. If you had all 10 at this moment, you could walk into the federal government and claim your stuff. Okay, the next thing is, there are two kinds of people in this world, public and private.
Yeah.
Straw man is the public, and banks and the elites are the private.
Yep.
We have to move to the private, and we have to play their game to get to the private. There's no other way around it because of the way it's been all these years. That's why me, myself, have filed my UCC-1, because it changes my status immediately. Now, when I first started, I was leery. It took me 15 minutes to file my paperwork. So there is more after that, but initially, Mike, it takes 15, 20 minutes. I have all the forms. I'm willing to share them all.
Okay.
And it cost me $50 because I did the transmitting utility, which means you don't have to file ever again that UCC-1. Next, when it comes to, and some people don't want to do UCC, there's a non-UCC. So there are avenues, but people have to realize we have to first get out of this public status. We have to. That's why that's why these reversals are coming, because we're trying to do something public and private. It's never going to happen. So we have to think that way. And I did agree with the lady with the Black Law Dictionary.
Yeah.
It explains this public and private, and what we do and what we don't do, and what they will accept. A lot of people don't know we don't need licenses. We don't need registration. I mean, the right to travel and driving is two different things. So it's just a lot to learn, like you said. And we just have to know where to find it, who can help us do it, and go from there.
That's exactly it. The best way to do that is to be unified. That's what.
Right. Yeah. Right. And I try to, I put it out on the internet, on Facebook. Hey guys, let's change ourselves from a debtor to a creditor, and from public to private. And Harvey Dent is, hell bent on not doing that UCC-1. But we have to play their game. Since we're stuck, we have to play their game, get on their side, and then take what's ours, and then we start running it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
If we get, I heard a young lady say, well, what about the McDonald's and everything? God put us on this planet, from my understanding, where we didn't need nothing but self-sufficient. If we had what we're supposed to have, we would probably have land. We'd probably be growing our own crops, all kind of things, where people wouldn't have to work, believe it or not. They'd be self-sufficient. So it's a possibility. Definitely a possibility.
Okay. A lot of the people on the chat were asking for your information, like your email address. If you're comfortable giving that out, then you can. If not, and if you'd rather just give that to me in the paper, you want me to put the paperwork out there for them, whatever you feel comfortable with. But they were looking at they were interested in your information.
I would. You're doing all this, and they come to you. I would love to send there are 4 packets that I have, and each packet explains step by step. And I pay for this, but I'm willing just to give it. I pay like $60 for it. I don't mind. And it's like I said, it's 4 packets, and each packet has content, and each content you have to do like 7 things. So it is a lot. You did say that right. But just to get your name from a debtor to a to a creditor takes 15, 20 minutes. And it's the copyright, power of attorney, all that. And now I've gone the next step, of course. I'm ready to, start getting some bills paid. Car note gone, all kind of stuff. But I'm telling you, we have to play their game to get to the Federal Reserve. We have to.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds fantastic.
And also, one other thing, I do agree with the guy that was talking about the NASA agreement. From my understanding, the way it works is that we will get something in the mail. Then we will have to go and sit down and speak to someone about, it's supposed to be a big check everybody's supposed to get. I don't know if you've heard of that. Looking into that too. How true it is, I'm like you. I don't know. I have read about it. Sounds real good.
I'm gonna definitely look into it. He said he was gonna send me the links, so as soon as he sends me those over, I was being sincere on that. I anything anybody sends me, I believe it or not, that's why I'm so tired. I literally go through every comment and every email, and I may have missed a couple here or there at most. But I've been, like, whatever free time I have, I'm at the grocery store and I'm going through my emails, clicking on all the links, and so.
Well, I would definitely email you that. I do have it at tell me your email again.
stopthechaosnow07@gmail.com.
Okay, and I'll just send that to you. You can look it over, and I'll just and you look it over from there, and because everything they need is what I'm going to send you.
Okay, and that wasn't, is that the stuff from Stop the Pirates blog spot by chance?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, I was actually already aware of their stuff. I just haven't had a chance to go and look through it in detail. But
no, I went on and bought it, and I mean, that man gives you information, and it's worth more than $60.
Okay, definitely. Awesome.
Yeah, I'll definitely send that to you, and I'll go ahead and yield to someone else.
Thank you so much. 405. $405 968.
That's me.
Oh, okay, you're still there. Okay, my bad.
What do I need to do? Star 6?
Oh no, you're good. I can switch. I thought I already clicked. My bad. You have a good night. Thank you.
Okay. You as well.
559.
That's me. Hi, Mike.
How are you?
I'm Kiki. I've been on the Facebook group a lot. I've been actually doing the private for very long. I would say since 2005. It's a lot of misinformation out there. I would say that the accepted for value, which is basically a banker's acceptance, is where to start.
Okay.
What happened is this started a long time ago. I believe, or what I was told, is that it came from one of the secretive societies. Somebody basically got pissed and said, well, I'm going to let this information out. And over time, everyone that let this out was treated like crap. And by the time I figured it out, no one believed me. No one cared. And so it evolved into something like this. So what happened is, the last caller, I forgot her name, she was right. You can't do public and private. And using this, you're basically using your account that's private. So what I've learned is the A for V. It works. I have paid car notes, even like warrants where you forget you had a ticket in a state or something. Like I had a ticket somewhere in Indiana, and I was called on it because I pulled a record because I wanted to do some type of job. And next thing you know, they said, well, how are you going to take care of this? You have to come here. Well, that's what the UCC 1 is for. That's what the copyright, that's what the power of attorney, that's what that paperwork is for. To say, hey, this is a straw man you're talking to, not me, not the human, not the flesh and blood, I would say. And you have to carry yourself in the public and private correctly, because what I found out over the time, they can try to come after you. And they're not coming after you for what you said or how you said it. It's, did you cross the public and private? Did you cross that line? That's all they really care about, because that's something they can use against you. And you can't say anything about that. You can't fight that. So knowledge is power. You know, back in, you know, when it started with the A for V, I started paying off everything. And I'm like, who is the second person on my account? It was the IRS. No one understands that. The IRS has public and private. You can call the public and they're going, what the heck is, what are you talking about?
Right.
But when you call the private part, they understand. And that's the CID department. The CID department understands, but you cannot contact them through phone. Some said they have, I don't see how, but you have to write them. I wrote them when I had that warrant. I'm saying, you know, hey, you know, can you get rid of this warrant? What do I do? And I got forms. I've got direction on how to do that. And I have proof of staying in the private in some areas, except when someone didn't understand it. Like if I run across the one and I give them a money order that's from my account through the Treasury or through the Reserve, wherever this is coming from, they're challenging me, saying this is not real, until they go through the process and realize, oh my God, this account is real. But it stayed in the private. So I don't know if it's the IRS or it's the Treasury or whoever, but they always have been paid 100% of the time. 100% of the time that I paid all my bills, I have that warrant that I had in Indiana paid. It was dropped. I even had something recently in Michigan where they're like, oh, we're going to come after you, we're going to do this. And my friend actually A for V'd for me. I couldn't do it because I'm like, you know, panicking, going, oh, what do I do? She said, look, stay in status. Don't let them scare you. This is a scare tactic. Everything they do is a scare tactic. So what did I do? I waited it out. And she sent in the A for V, and it closed it out completely and even gave me a refund. So the knowledge starts with A for V, banker's acceptance. It starts there with the UCC 1. I don't agree with not using it because it has saved my ass many a time. Sorry about the cussing, but it has saved me big time. And if you do copyright, no one can challenge you because you're representing the public and the private correctly. You're not standing like in a court saying, yeah, I'm representing my straw man so they can throw you in jail. You're saying, hey, I'm in control of this. You don't have right over this name. I do, and here's the proof. Here's my copyright. Here's my power of attorney. So it's actually pretty good. And authenticating your birth certificate is taking you away from the United States. What I've learned, the reason why I haven't done that part, is that everything is working for me. The Treasury, everything. It's a good thing to do. The IRS, it's really good to do. They have your back on the private side. On the public side, they're not going to know anything you're talking about. But on the private side, anything you send in to them, I don't care what bill it is, it will disappear. And it disappears. You know, it literally, you will not know that that bill ever existed. So it's pretty good. So the best place to start to me would be the public and private A for V. Figure out UCC1 is just claiming your straw man. The straw man is highly important in the public side. Highly. You cannot, even with a cop, if you know how to represent yourself correctly with a straw man, you could get a cop to leave you alone. It's just as simple. Some people are really a little anal about it and really don't need to be, because you can just do all this with calm and they see intelligence. I called the Treasury. They just want to know knowledge. That's it. They want to know that you know what you're talking about. That's it. If you call them and you're like, I don't know, I'm guessing, they're going to go, yeah, go away. There is no account. But when you call with confidence and you know what you're talking about, they're going to listen to you. They're going to give you what you need. I've got everything. So I'm sitting here understanding this process and been doing this process for a while. And it works with A for V. Just the routing numbers is not going to work because it's crossing public and private.
Right. Yeah, I understand that.
That's the only thing.
Yeah, I watched Christopher Fleming a lot before this whole thing even started. I know Christopher Fleming kind of got he got into some bad situations, but a lot of his earlier videos about A for V and all that, they were actually very eye-opening on that. I'd watched quite a few of them.
And it's good. Christopher Fleming actually set the tone for that.
Yeah, on YouTube.
With the private side, and yeah, exactly, with the promissory notes and the money orders and everything like that. Like they say, 2 signatures, you have to send in 2 payments with the A for V. You know, that's because it's a trust. You know, I didn't have a clue at first when I started.
Like that video I had where my one bill came back, 2 signatures required. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So when you send in that money order, you send in an extra one, and it goes through every time. You know, it never stops. But when you don't understand something like that and you just kind of send it in and you're like, oh, this doesn't work. I kind of don't care. My money has been utilized since probably 2005. It will keep coming as long as I'm staying private and public. So I'm not trying to put everything out because I know how they will react to it. If you cross that line, they will react to it. But as long as you stay in that line, you're fine.
Right. Yeah, I totally get that. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, like I said, because my journey with this was, you know, it was way long ago. I never jumped in the way I had until this whole routing number thing came about. And it's becoming more and more apparent to me that there's a lot more to it, and that's what made me decide that I needed to focus the energy to try to awaken people and get as much information as readily available as possible versus just pushing people to continue processing, you know, these routing numbers and you know, having these reversals and it just going in the same circle. So
right. The birth certificate is the most scariest to me because you're actually trying to take yourself out of the United States. And they might cause more problems than you need because you don't understand if you're going to form American National or anything like that on what you want to be to the United States. You know, once you go down that path, you have to know what you're doing, you know, because it's not that easy, you know, and some people have been accused of fraud doing that because they don't understand what they're doing.
Right.
You know, so they'll do it. And then the government will come after them and say, well, this is a postal fraud and this is, you know, treasury fraud or whatever they can throw at you because you're trying to figure it out. So there's things in there like the black card that everyone's talking about, and the IRS exemptions, and just different things that a lot of people are traveling down those paths. They don't, get it. Like, Heather, I congratulate her for trying to, back him for that, but that was private funds, and he bought something in the public. So that's what they're they're not showing it, but that's what they really got them for, is crossing public and private.
Yeah, that's another thing I'd found too. Yeah, you have to be very careful that you don't mix. Yep. That
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, do you think you could pass along some links and information that helped you?
Oh yeah, I have a lot of stuff. I'll go ahead and send it. I'll put it on the site if you guys want me to.
Yeah, you can put it. Yeah, are you on the Facebook or?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that'd be fantastic. That'd make it really easy for everybody.
Okay, I'll go ahead and put it in the file.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Did you have any other questions or any other comments?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right. You too. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. 904. You there? 904? $904? $904-514? Okay, I don't think they're there. 704. 704-925.
Hello?
Hello? What's up?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that it was me. But I was wondering, I know this is probably repetitive, but I was able to link my PayPal account with the lesser bank method. And I was wondering, like, when I get on the phone with the representative, like, how does the conversation go in order for them to confirm my bank account?
I'm sorry. With your who are you trying to?
I use the lesser bank method.
Oh yeah, I couldn't even tell you. I have I've openly said that I do not suggest doing that. I think that's one of those things that people are getting thrown off the trail for entrapment purposes. I purposely I would strongly recommend not going that route, just because it seemed like that was put out at a very strange time. That's what I'll say on that, pretty much. I don't I haven't even used that method. I haven't been involved with that method. You're talking about where you
link
you take
bank account to PayPal.
What, the Federal Reserve Bank to PayPal, or you were linking like a Bank of America routing number to PayPal or something like that?
It's a Federal Reserve account, but it's through like the lesser bank.
Right. Yeah, you're talking about going like that whole thing that was going around, talking any bank with the word trust, America, Federal. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, I really would strongly recommend not doing that. If you haven't already made a purchase with it on PayPal, then this is just, I'm the kind of person where I try to be as transparent and honest as possible. And as soon as I read that, there was a giant red flag to that, because then you're no longer dealing with the Federal Reserve. You're dealing with these other banks that will not hesitate to press charges.
Okay.
That's just
Okay,
that's
thank you
that's
so
a
much
personal
for that.
opinion, just so you know. That's just a personal opinion. I just, please be careful. I don't want to see anything happen to anybody.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that was my only question.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
520.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my question is, now all those links and emails that she's going to send you, how will we be able to access those emails?
Oh yeah, I'll probably share them on the Facebook page, if they haven't shared them already, and I'm actually going to go through all the documents that everybody's sending me, and then for the stuff that seems like it's, you know, a good route to go, then I'll put that information up in a video with links to be able to access that stuff.
Okay.
Is that all?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely make sure it's available to you guys. Uh, 615.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm fine. This is Gerald from Tennessee. And I just have one quick question. I saw a video on YouTube the other day that I thought was a little awkward, and I just wondered if you heard anything about it. This gentleman on there was saying that go to a check making company that makes, prints up your checks for your bank.
Okay.
That you can order checks, for your bank.
Yeah, I personally would recommend against printing checks. I had looked into that when that was being discussed like a week ago, and I was tempted to do it, but I knew the little voice in my head was telling me that, it really was opening up a new door, because if you write checks, and especially being that we know that they've been reversing charges, if that check bounces and you write it to, say, a local store or a local shop, then that local shop can turn around and go to the local police department, and that local shop can file a complaint against you with that local police department, and then you're going to be arrested. And it's not necessarily going to be on the check fraud itself. It could be on the bad check that you wrote, which could be anywhere from a misdemeanor to a felony. So I really don't know if that's a really good idea.
Okay, and then, I agree with you. A red flag got thrown up when I saw that. But the other thing was, I was watching another video where it said that if you use this Latin phrase above your signature on a check, and I can't remember what the Latin phrase is. I don't have it available right now. I tried finding it, but I will try to email that over to you. But it's a Latin phrase that you put above your signature, and what it does is it releases you of all liability. And that it's Latin, and it was issued by the Pope. And I wonder if you heard anything about that.
Well, do you know what the phrase is? Do you have like a link to a document that you could send me, and I'll take a look and let you know?
Sure.
Do you have my
Yeah, I'll get that out to you.
Yeah, email me that. I'll take a look at it, and I'll try to research into that validity of that, and let you know.
Okay, and then another thing was I came across some documents that are the Federal Reserve's, I don't know if it's their rules and regulations or whatever, or if it was issued by the courts or what, but there was a section, it's like 154, or it's like 54 pages long, a PDF, and it was saying in there that the Federal Reserve cannot reverse any
Yeah, they can't take money back. Yeah, they can't take money back.
Yeah, they can't.
That's
Yeah, they can't take money back, and if they do, there is a process that you can go through to hold them liable for that.
yeah. They can't take money back. We found that out like towards the beginning of all this. That's what's leading everybody to believe that these companies are either keeping the money or sorry, my
They're
brain is.
keeping it. They're
Yeah.
holding on to what they're doing.
Yeah, because that would explain why some of the companies turn around and then a couple weeks later or a week later, then they zero out the account and close it because they kept the money anyway.
Right. But they're let's see. I'll try to get that information for you too. I'm sure you probably already have it, but
yeah, the banking and the banking information I do have, but definitely on that Latin phrase, send that out to me. I'll take a look at it and let you know.
Okay. There's another thing I wanted to ask you, but I kind of lost thought on it. So Harvey Dent's okay then, huh?
Yeah, he's fine. He was on here earlier.
He hasn't been approached by any federals or anything like that. I know they took his YouTube channel off.
He's got a new one. He's got a new YouTube.
And he's also got a new website too, right?
Yeah, it's not up and running yet though.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
Nope.
All right. Okay, then. Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate your support in all this and all the knowledge you're giving us. And I agree with you that people are jumping into this with too little knowledge. They're going to get themselves in a lot of trouble, and I hate to see that happen, but that's what happens when information gets out there and they don't do their due diligence.
Right.
They don't understand the corporate law, because it's a lot different than the common law.
That's it, and that's my mission, is to try to help prevent that and to try to reach as many people as possible and awaken as many people as possible, and then also educate them. So hopefully we can accomplish that at this channel, and we've got a good community here, a good group of people, and I'm hoping that people kind of, they don't get frustrated, and they realize that, they see the bigger picture. It's not just process the payment and deal with the reversals, and it's, there's a bigger picture here. We can really make a difference, and I think that this movement is the perfect everything just kind of fell together for that. You've got a lot of people that have awoken. You've got a lot of people banding together, really looking out for one another. There is a lot that aren't too, but I think everybody, it's all about, it's like dominoes. Once one domino falls, the rest will all, kind of fall, and they'll all get together. So that's what my hope is anyway, because, we're all in this together. We're all, we all got to look out for one another, and we'll be a lot stronger if we're one unit versus worrying about egos and all that. So.
Right. And everybody wants to get credit for this and that and the other, and it should be a group effort,
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's done what or how. I mean, there's been so many different people contributing in their own way. Just because somebody, even people who haven't put up videos, there's been a lot of people that have put a lot of time and effort into the websites and into the comments, and helping to educate people in the comments, and we got to remember all of that too. So everybody is equally a part. Everybody's plays their role equally. So
see, people need to realize that we're not fighting against flesh and blood. We're fighting against spirits and demons and principalities. That's who we're fighting against, and we need to get back on our knees again and start seeking our Creator again, and let Him give us wisdom on what we should do and what we shouldn't do, because He's the one that has brought us this far. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, definitely, 100%.
Well, I'll let you go. I know you got a lot of other calls, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a good day. God bless.
You too. Thank you. God bless you too. 615.
Oh yes, I was just wondering the Facebook page. What's the name of that?
Oh, it's Mike O'Brien's YouTube. Or you could type in "Stop the Chaos Now 07" and it'll pull it up either way. I put angle bracket there that way because I know people get confused between my email and then the channel name. So either Mike O'Brien's YouTube or "Stop the Chaos Now" should bring you to it. And there's the page, and then there's an actual private group that you can join.
Stop the Chaos Now. Okay.
Yep. Is that all?
Like I'm really interested in that UCC stuff and everything. You
Yep.
know, it really blew my mind when I figured out that, you know, the all caps, you know, legal fiction. It's crazy, man, how evil they are. You know.
Yes, yeah, it is. That's why we're trying to do what we are, you know, trying to wake up everybody. I don't want to leave everybody else behind. That's the thing, and I'm kind of getting that vibe in some areas here, and I'm getting a little upset about it because there's so many people that still don't know. We got to wake them up and try to, you know, I don't want to leave all those people behind. That's very important to me. So
yeah, I also agree with the last caller, or I mean the last guy who spoke. Yeah, I mean, like, pretty much everything's in the Book of Revelations, man. Like, honestly, I mean, it's just like it's all slavery, man.
that's
like,
exactly it.
People don't see, but it's you know, it's complex because man makes it complex, but really things are simple, you know.
Yeah, it's very much so. But I'm definitely glad I'm glad you're with us, and yeah, if there's anything I can do to help, check out the Facebook, and if you need anything, just let me know. Well,
thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Welcome to the family. Man. You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. 202 DC area code. What's up?
What's going on, man? I was looking for your Facebook page too. I didn't catch that. Actually, I just got on the phone when I heard somebody asking you already.
Yep.
I got is it Chaos?
It's you can either type in "Stop the Chaos Now 07," or you can type in Mike O'Brien's YouTube. Either one should bring it up.
Okay, Stop the Chaos Now 77, correct?
No, 07. 07.
Oh, 07, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna drop some stuff in on your page as soon as I get to it, and put some links and stuff on there. I think it'll be worth looking at, you know, for the group. Some people, you know, that's interested. Yeah,
that sounds fantastic. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, just in regards to what we were talking about, the ACH and what I discovered, you know, I think is would definitely be beneficial to a lot of people in regards to online checking. One of the things that I did find out is earlier someone was talking about the A for V in paper form, which, you know, has been going on for quite some time. And a lot of people were successful with that. You know, A for V in the presentment, and, you know, with the money order, and a lot of times the promissory note or the bill of exchange. Usually it's backed up by the, you know, a bond, if you will, going through the Treasury, anointing the Treasury, Secretary of Treasury as the fiduciary. And I think it's the same method with the ACH. What I think is going on, what I know was going on, and what I've studied is that they're transferring one system from paper to electronic. So they're basically keeping the same rules. It's just, you know, they're kind of finagling how they're going to use this, and you know, putting restrictions on it, because it's basically just for discharge and set off. However, there is certain provisions where you can actually not buy things or purchase, because that wouldn't be the word. That goes against, you know, discharge and set off, because that's not discharge and set off. It wouldn't be a purchase; it'd be a transaction.
Right.
What you would do, what I was successful with, is getting the invoice. Somehow or another, you have to involve an invoice, which is proof of a debt. You're basically showing that there's a debt and you owe this debt. Even further than that, I heard someone earlier mention about, you know, a transaction that went through and no reversals. And he said the magic word, which was a merchant-to-merchant transaction. If you can show that the transaction is business related, you're leaving a paper trail. You're leaving a trail showing where you either have, because some of the requirements you have to have in order to do that, so that you can overcome the reversal, is they have an employee number, a number that's attached to their business that shows, you know, that when you put this number in, it's a code that shows that this is a merchant or a actual creditor. Okay, and in order for that transaction to go through without, you know, any reversals, it would have to be bank-to-bank transaction. It wouldn't be bank-to-wire, or, you know, it has to specifically be Fedwire or ACH. And if you're doing one, you don't twist, you know, you don't, you know, mix the two together. And I think that's what it is. A lot of people are getting successes, and then some people aren't. The ones that not, because they're doing too much of what they're seeing online, and they're just probably just pretty much just randomly just throwing anything out there to see what works. And that's not what's going to work. You know, I haven't seen anybody that was successful about that. And all the success stories that I've got and the people that I've contacted that had success stories, you use the same information that I just gave you. So anyway, I had some links, and I was just going to put that. Stop the Chaos Now 07. Is that chaos with a K, or is that with a C?
C. Yep, it's with a C. Stop the Chaos Now 07.
Okay. Let's put that in, and actually nothing came up here. I don't know. I just might have to refresh the system. So.
Talking about in the Facebook group, try putting in Mike O'Brien's YouTube on Facebook for Facebook group.
Okay, and you said check the Facebook page.
Yeah, you can go on the Facebook page, and there's a private group that's under groups on the Facebook page. If you type in Mike O'Brien's YouTube, the Facebook should pop up.
Oh, okay, got you. Mike O'Brien. Okay, so
yep.
Just put your name there.
Yep.
Okay, I'll try that. Michael is M-I-C-E-A-L?
No, it's just I didn't use my full name. It was Mike, M-I-K-E, Mike O'Brien.
Okay, that's why. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I see. Mike Bryant. Okay, that's what I got here. You have a picture with
the censorship, the Statue of Liberty being censored and surveilled.
No, actually, there's two men dancing. I don't think that's it.
Yeah, no.
Mike Bryan.
Mike O'Brien, M-I-K-E-O-B-R-I-E-N. And then YouTube, Mike O'Brien. Actually, there's an S at the end of O'Brien, so it's Mike O'Brien's YouTube channel.
Okay.
I can always change the name too and make it easier. I just kind of did it quickly. I was trying to do that in between everything, just as a place to share data.
Yeah, okay. I got Mike O'Brien's YouTube channel, Stop the Chaos.
That's it. Yep.
Okay, good. I'm gonna drop something on the email, and then I noticed you said that you would kind of like screen it or whatever, filter out what it is that you wanted to put online, and you know, because some of the things that I attach to the documents are probably just for you and your discretion, and then you know something that's just for the public. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay, if there's stuff that you if there's stuff you wanted privately, I would email it to me at stopthechaosnow07@gmail.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll definitely do that. Yeah, I'll say one more thing before I get out too.
Sure.
For those that are serious about you know, discharge and set up, because I know there's a lot of people that you know, are interested in just wanting to be debt free. You know, the thing is, you want to be able to establish your business. Now, people were talking about, you know, filing a lien, you know, doing the, what is that, the financial statement or whatever, and the strong man, so forth. You wouldn't want to do that because you want to have something to back up your claim, you know, and once you access your TDA account, you know, via the birth certificate, and you anoint your fiduciary, you basically are doing the same thing that you would do, you know, for the Federal Reserve account. It's basically the same thing. But what I've known to be successful is when the same process you do with the UCC, you would do with the Fed also too. You send them a copy of the financial statement, send it to the CEO. And let them know that you want to take over the account. Let them know that you know that it's an account, that evidence is an account. And I think that's the ace in the deck of cards right there. If anybody that can decipher that type of information and they are well aware of the UCC process, that was what I've known to be successful.
Right.
So I'm just putting that out there for anybody else to know. But yeah, definitely. I'm on your page here, and I'll just be able to share some information.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, no problem, man.
All right, you have a great night.
You too.
All right, bye-bye. STL.
Hey, my man, it's me again. I just wanted to just touch base on this. One gentleman had actually called in and made mention of the NESARA Act. And I'm not totally versed, but I did run across that quite some time ago and did a little reading about it, which, you know, if you Google NESARA, you're not really going to get anything. It's the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. If you put that in, you'll get limited information. But I just wanted to say this as it relates to that, because he seemed to be pretty confident in that coming to fruition. And that's one thing. I feel strongly about the process that we're taking on this side. But that actually, Mike, if you go through and read it, what it does, it dissolves everything that we currently know. It immediately dissolves the Congress and the presidency. He actually has to leave office nearly immediately within like 24 hours, according to this act. And Congress. It dissolves the IRS instantaneously. It dissolves the Federal Reserve instantaneously. Now, if we have those doubters, you know, that's in this movement, or even looking at what's going on and thinking we're not even going to get our money that's there, do you think that they're actually going to fire themselves? Because that's actually
right.
The premise of NESARA is. It basically, it reinstates constitutional law and it abolishes admiralty law, which is what we operate under.
Right. Yeah.
Just being real, do we actually think, if he's doubting the fact that they're going to give us the keys to these accounts, but they're going to give us the keys to total solvency and give us the country back?
Yeah, that's
right.
I have researched NESARA, and that's why I say I'll believe it when I see it, because there's more. I mean, I will definitely look at his information, because I will look at anybody's information. I'm that kind of person that I will always check out the information, and I will see what I can find. But
right. But I mean, looking at it for face value, for what it is, I think it's about 6 or 7 line items that actually are the cornerstone of that whole act or bill or whatever. Now, I mean, from what I heard, it was actually signed by Bill Clinton. Now, I don't know. I didn't go through. You know, you can go to the government's website and see what was actually signed by presidents, what was acted. But the thing is, and then it's supposed to be So it didn't get this. The premise is it didn't get. We didn't get to take advantage of this NESARA Act that was quote unquote signed by Bill Clinton because there was no public announcement. The public announcement actually is supposed to activate that actual. This is, you know, the premise. Like this public announcement is supposed to activate this actual act that we call NESARA, and I'm guessing at that particular time, since according to the line items in the bill, they actually are firing themselves. I guess the president makes the announcements, and drop the mic and walk off the podium because, according to the act, one of the line items, you know, Congress and the Senate, as we know it, and the presidency is pretty much dissolved, and then we actually, within 48 hours, I don't know the full details of it, but somehow or another we get new leadership into the office. And the IRS goes, all these things that we dream about at night is in this act. But
well,
not necessarily.
I you know, according to Cindy, she takes over. So that's according that's why she says that she's the president of the United States. She says that once Trump, you know, follows through with it and leaves office, that she's the president. That's why she says she will be sleeping in the White House. That's what Cindy claims with that NESARA, because
good, you know, it sounds good rolling off the ballot, but I just don't see it happening. You know what I mean? I think that's more far-reaching than what we're attempting to do on the other side of the fence.
Right. I don't see it happening. They're not going to give up the power. That's the end of the Federal Reserve. That's the end of. There's no way they're gonna. They've got this country in a chokehold, and the entire world for that matter. I don't know if that was in the video or not, but I mean, there's only 3 nations left that don't have a Rothschild-owned central bank. And in 2000, and in the year 2000, there was what was it 7 or 9? It might have been 7. Iraq and Afghanistan were part of those 7, and then after September 11th, 2001, just 3 years later, there was only 5 at that point, and then Libya, Libya fell, and Sudan fell, and now there's only 3, which is Iran, Syria, and what is it, Cuba?
Yeah.
And it just so happened, or no, North Korea. North Korea is one of them.
North Korea, one of them.
Yeah, and it just so happens that those same couple countries are the ones you always hear about in the news, and we're always going to war with, and we're always
because we want but the bankers want presence in those countries, and they have the whole world.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So, you know, I just think it's far-reaching. You know, I don't want to take too much time, but I just think that's a far-reaching deal. I don't know. You know, that guy was kind of alluding to there being a connection between 9/11. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm a guy that I live on the 9/11 side that thinks that the government had something to do with it, but I don't think the two meet together. You know what I'm saying? I can't necessarily say that they collide. This NESARA act and that whole activity that took place in September. But I just wanted to kind of put that out there. And then another gentleman also in closing, the last gentleman who, not the last gentleman, I think the caller before him who mentioned, he was a little bit older gentleman, something about this guy, he saw this video, whatever. I ran across that guy, and he is a total fraud from what I've seen of him. He's like trying to get you to make credit cards and just total fraudulent stuff that'll get somebody, you know, locked up for real, man. You know, like he got this credit card machine, and I'm saying, dude, it's like 15 numbers on the credit card. We're talking about 9 numbers in your social. So how are you gonna pull that one off? But you know, he was alluding to credit card things and checks and all these other crazy things that are totally will get you, you know, on the wrong side of the law, basically. So yeah, I can't remember his name. I wish I did, because I watched about 10 minutes of one of his videos, and I instantaneously, you know, did the thing from YouTube so I wouldn't see his videos anymore, you know, because I didn't even want to stumble across one of his videos accidentally. after watching the very first one. He's a very fast-talking guy. He made some reference to being some kind of agent or secret service guy, some other country or something. Just crazy stuff, you know. So that guy, I cannot remember what his name is, but he's a Latin guy. He's got a Latin accent. I do know that, and it's just watching the video, Mike. You just real like this dude is gonna get somebody put in jail. You know, you get that instant feeling. But I'll yield the floor. I just wanted to kind of touch base on that, Sarah.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your feedback.
Thanks, my man.
All right. Well, yeah, I definitely I appreciate all you've offered up here tonight, STL. That's awesome.
Thanks.
Is that all you had to?
Yeah, that was it, man. I would like to touch base though. I just as I just thought about it. I don't know if it was a young lady or a gentleman that actually mentioned about the, you know, my very first call was talking about some element of organization, and I do think trying to come together in some sort of chapters, you know, coast to coast, for lack of better terms, would be an ideal situation. You know, trying to, you know, like a motorcycle type deal. You know, there's a chapter of the same group, you know, in this state and that state and that state. That, you know, again, not having a leader, quote unquote, but you know, some element of one direction is critical for this. It really is. I can't stress that enough.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So I'll give the floor.
Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it.
All right, brother.
All right. You have a good night.
Bye.
Bye. 520.
Okay. To what the guy was saying before, the guy was talking before, the older gentleman, the Latin phrase is motu proprio.
Motu
proprio.
Yeah, I don't think that was the same one though that he was talking about. There's another phrase. It very well may be that he may be talking about the one that Harvey was sharing there from the Pope, but I think there's another saying, if I'm not mistaken. Once he sends me that information, I'll make sure to update you guys on that.
Okay.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, though. Is that all you had to add?
Yes, and I'm actually leaving links in the chat.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You have a good night.
You as well.
Anonymous?
Hi, yeah. I'm calling from over here in Illinois. I was trying to do my UCC, but when I tried to do it over the internet, they said the debtor is the same person as the creditor. So I'd have to go into the Secretary of State to do that. Is there a way around that, or do you know if like there's an easier way to do that here in Illinois? Because Illinois is kind of fucked up right now. Excuse my language.
That's a good question. I truthfully don't know the answer to that right now. I'll be honest with you. I can find that out though.
That would be awesome. It would be so awesome.
Have you already been emailing me?
No, but I can take your email down and send you one right quick.
Yeah,
so you'll have my.
Yeah, do that and just tell me what it's in reference to, and I'll find that out and get that to you.
So okay, so it's Stop the Chaos Now at 07@gmail.
Yep, that's exactly it.
All right, I got it. All right, I'm gonna send you an email.
Okay, thank you.
I've been trying to access the account, but everything I did it was reversed.
Yeah,
So yeah.
And that's a lot of the reason between that and then, you know, what's happened in the last week. That's a lot of my reasoning for thinking that we need to organize and kind of move in a different way to really bring. We've got a lot of attention on this on social media, and we can continue to do that. But I think we also need to try to use other means and other routes to still reach the people that are asleep. The more people we wake up, the more people that are behind this, the more pressure we're putting on them to change it. You know?
Most definitely, and I totally agree with that. Because
squeaky wheel gets the grease. That's the old saying, right?
Right. I am a survivor of satanic ritual abuse when I was a child. I was born in Michigan. When I got here to Illinois, they took me away from my mother. DCFS Illinois did. They put me with my dad. A senator named Paul Simon basically tried to pay for me and use me in a ritual. My aunt worked for him as a secretary. I guess the ritual didn't work, so then they tried to use me in another way, and they tried to MK Ultra me, and they took me to Florida, then California, then Hawaii to try and MK Ultra me, and it didn't work. And they had been messing with my mom's side of the family for a long time. I don't know how long they were messing with my dad's side, but I know that they were constantly in my mom's life on, that side. So she told me that they told her that they weren't going to use me, and they took the chip that they put in me out of me, and she said they put one in one of my feet. And then they also put self-sabotage programming in me, where I was suicidal for a long time. My mind, every time I tried to find out and think about what happened to me as a child, my mind would get really, clouded and distorted, and I would get really messed up in my thinking. I self-harmed. I self-harmed myself several times throughout my life. And yeah, so I'm really ready to get back at these evil fuckers for what they've done to me and my family and all the other people, the innocent people out there who suffered, at the hands of these evil beings. I'm not even gonna call them people. Stupid, evil, just So yeah, thank you for taking my call though, and I'm done.
That's really powerful. I'm sorry that you've gone through a lot, but sometimes going through things makes you stronger in the end, and it's never a fun thing, but makes you appreciate the important things in life. I can tell that just from your voice that so I'm sorry though that you went through all that. You sound like a very strong woman as a result of that, though.
And True Supreme, everybody calls him God. I call him True Supreme Creator because I've done my etymological research, and if you look up the etymological origin of the word God, it's just the deity of fortune. It doesn't mean True Supreme Creator, ultimate creator of everybody, everything, everywhere. So, or I call him the Most High. He's the one that keeps me here. He's the one that keeps me strong. Without him, I wouldn't have even known about this because I was laying in my bed and I was crying and I was, really depressed and to jump out my 8th floor window. And, he just kind of, led me to this person and then that person and then this person. And then this is how I ended up here, finding out that I got all this, all these funds that I could have been using to, make free energy machines for free for people or teach them how to do it themselves or something,
Yeah.
Something better than sitting up here being depressed and all these evil entities feeding off my depressed, down, sad energy, So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, that's just powerful. It's very powerful. I'm glad that that you made it through, and instead of letting the negativity get you down, that you you used it to feel that fire to keep make it burn that much brighter. That's awesome.
Thank you. You know, and one more thing. There's a lot of people out there who say, you know, oh, you know, you ain't got, there's no such thing as depression. You know, you ain't been through nothing. You could just pick yourself up and go on. And I'm like, you must not have been through trauma after trauma after trauma after trauma after trauma. You must never have experienced that level of, you know, just like, you know, just intense, extreme, you know, stress in your life. Okay, because if you had, you would know there's a such thing as a deep depression that you won't want to get up from your bed. You would go under your bed and stay there if you could. Okay, I've been diagnosed with dissociative disorder, schizoaffective, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Okay, and I know that's all from the trauma that I received from them doing whatever they did to me when I was before the age of 5. You know.
That's crazy.
And then there's ways that they can be there indirectly too. So they can directly mind program you, and then indirectly they can control you from that mind program. It's a lot of stuff, you know, that people don't even understand or know. You know, they think they know because they've done a little research and they say, oh, well, this seems right to me, but they haven't like went in depth into it. Because, and I understand, because once you start, there's holes that a lot of people, rabbit holes that they haven't come up out of. Okay, one person was this guy who lived here. He just died not too long ago. His name was Terry. He lived in my building. If you couldn't tell, I'm on Social Security income, and his liver was gone. He had just drunk himself to death. And when I read his epilogue, it said that he went to school for media, and so I'm guessing he did something in media, and I don't know what he found out about it, but whatever happened to him, it made him not want to come back from it and drink himself to death. So yeah, you know, there's things out here that people. It says in the Bible that your heart will fail you for fear. You don't have no clue that how true that is. You know, there's people out here, they say these things and they haven't even truly faced evil. They just think they faced evil because they face somebody screaming and yelling in their face, wanting to fight them or something like that. No, that's not true evil. That's not even close. You know, so, you know, people need to get prepared and they need to get ready and they need to truly do their research. Okay, you know, we do need to come together because the evil that's coming is not just going to come for Black people or white people or Chinese or Japanese. You know, it's coming for all of us. You will, you know, be swallowed up whole by it. No escape. So, all right. There is hope, but you got to do your research.
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%. I agree with that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Make sure you send me that email. I'll try to see what I can do.
All right, will do.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Good talking to you.
All right. God bless.
God bless.
Hello, 949.
Hello, Mike. I hung on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. You, God bless your heart, have an amazing, huge heart for what you're doing. And I am astounded, honestly. I mean, I've been even half tearful listening to these stories of what's come about. At first, I was disappointed with the call because I really think that Harvey is letting people down in a big way. He offered nothing. He's sensationalizing who he is at this point, and God bless him if he wants to continue to do what he's doing, but he's not really helping. He's opened the door because probably through him, serendipitously, I got to you. And you had amazing intelligent callers come in with information that's far beyond anything that's out there. So thank you for hanging in and
being able to hold the space open so that I could at least hear it, and it's through my calls to a divine source that I'm even here to go further to understand my sovereignty.
Thank you.
Because there are no other answers, and I believe in the power of the one, or the amazing. There's so many words for it. Transcendent is a good word in order to keep us out of understanding of religious beliefs or whatever, because we all agree to disagree somehow. But I think in the end we come back to the one. Am I still on?
Yeah, you're definitely here. Yeah.
Okay. And that's been a big, powerful part of my life. I'm probably double your age, I would only assume. And for that, it brings up a lot of things. The cognitive dissonance I've worked with a long time ago. I can't say that I have it. I have a healthy fear of not wanting to actually battle with any kind of legal system, because it's just a waste of time. I do not want to have to endure the discomfort of having to answer in a converse way. I think that would make a lot of sense.
Oh,
like
yeah,
why,
definitely.
you know, why throw myself out in front of a bus? It has been, and I do believe now, I mean, people talk about it, it's the forces it's certain forces battling themselves, and we are actually a witness to that, but we've been the pawns, obviously. You can call us a lot of things. People call us slaves, but whatever we are, we're instruments too, keeping the machine running. Wonderful movies have been done. I'm a creative, and I really believe in the power of the creative mind, and The Matrix was one that kind of opened it up a little bit.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, are you gonna jump off the ledge? Are you gonna? I mean, it's like pushing somebody to the limit. Are you gonna? And in the end of it all, the amazing part of it was the transition took place. Somebody brought up a movie to me just today, reminding me of The Dark Crystal, and it's a very old animated. Let's see, the puppet guy had actually directed it, and it was amazing figures, and it was basically light and dark coming together, and they held the shard to the crystal. And in the end, when they came together, and they were on opposite sides, but in the end, when they came together, they had a miraculous unity that became that enlightened freedom. So everybody's feeling it. Something's amiss. Something's going to happen. Are we going to be at war? Are they going to declare martial law? Are we going to? All of it are great options. All of it, including wonderful earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. They're all great options to reduce us to a place of total chaos and forgetting about this.
Right.
And at the same time, sensationalizing it is, who are we? What are we about? We are a collective. We have great minds coming together on this call. Again, the kudos and congratulations in my heart is to you for keeping your heart open so well. You are very compassionate. You are very understanding, and you've held the space so wonderfully, and I know you're tired. I took notes. I was listening to different people. They do know what they're talking about as the calls started to come in for later, and you've probably lost a lot of your callers that didn't get this information. But I do hope, too, that you continue in a strong way to bring these people forward. Harvey, to me, is too sensational. I was even starting to disconnect from him because I do not like to listen to a cuss word over and over and over again. It's not intelligent. To me, it's degrading. And to try to hype people into fear, to get off your butts and try to do something, or else you're just, but what do I say? To me, it's patriarchal in the way that somebody and a parent would say, I'm going to kind of beat you until you get to the place of understanding. You're chicken until you start to get up there and jump. Right. I don't think that's a good measure. At least it's not good for me. And I think we have a different mindset, and particularly if you're dealing with women too. Women have a totally different mindset about how to approach things. So there's a lot that's going on here. There's a lot on so many levels. And this lady who just called, my heart is so much to her, and prayers to her, because and again, I can feel the tears. What she is enduring is beyond anybody's imagination. I can rather feel it, but it's the research that I've even gone through to understand what they have done to people, including all of those who are in power, in the greatest power. They have raped these children in their bloodlines when they were 2, 3 years old and killed animals and people in front of them, including making them do the same thing. So that alone, you know, do I want to believe it? I really don't. There's been enough out there with people talking about it to bring you the sensationalism as to, is it true or not? It's up to you if you want to believe it. But it's enough to distort the mind that nothing matters after that point. That there is that ultra control that takes over. And the things that happen in the world are a part of that. Where you see these random acts of violence that I think could come into play. You don't see these movies for no reason at all.
Yeah.
Which is really wonderful that the movies are able to bring us animation, more or less, as to what we are doing. They're not just entertainment, and they're not just fiction. You have enough reality in there to give you the truth. And somebody had once said, if it be true, that the truth is out there and that they will let you know when they're doing something, always. That it will never be a secret. In that notion, going back to the place of us wanting to be in charge of our money, I think you had 2 ladies back to back that gave really wonderful information. I will email you because I want to get the packet. I would like to go through that chain of, this is all new to me, by the way.
Yeah.
Somehow I fell into this. I fell completely into this. And I think it was through Joanna. Joanna had caught my eye. And I watched her video blog for quite a while. And now as I'm recognizing, and she can be sensational too, but I'm recognizing she's come to the place where she's kind of splitting hairs and she's going to disappear. She's going to charge a lot for this last webinar that they're doing. And then she basically wants to disappear because of all of the trolls and the problems that people can cause you when you're on track to do something, that they will mess with you and your family that will cause problems.
Oh yeah,
and
definitely.
I don't blame her for wanting to do that. I think, you know, she's charging a lot. In fact, I had entertained the thought of it because it feels that she's on track for doing something because it's happening. It's things are happening and following through for her. But it also could be the simple thing of what one of your ladies had said, where she went to stop the pirates' black spot or whatever. It's almost as if, what do I want to say? Unless we have a hand, I feel, in our social system, unless you have a hand to guide you, you know, it could even go back to even a familial thing. Unless you have somebody to really show you the way and the ropes and understand how to be properly social, how do you know what's good, what's right? And why should you have to fall so many times with bad information? To me, the system's loaded with trolls to get you into problems so that it weeds you out and shows again and again, it's a scam, it's a scam, it's a scam. And then you have the meme. Then you have the fear, and you continue in the same path that you've been on.
Right.
And it just keeps destroying people. You know, I have family and friends, and we don't even have to be that public. We don't have to even go on that major of a forum other than to keep doing what you're doing, because the stronger and more educated that everyone who has called in and is listening right now or has listened, if they continue in this vein, the network that it goes viral, and it is more powerful. It has more clout. It has more authenticity. It is more trusted because it's tried and true. A friend told me today, she goes, well, you know, congratulations to you. You've got this notion that's happening, and you show me that it's provable, and then I'll listen more to you. So it isn't just as was being initiated earlier tonight by trying to goad people into not being chicken. You know, I really got sour on that. But it led me to your call tonight because I was connecting to find out, well, did Harvey fall to it all? Did they take him in? He's actually goading the system if he isn't actually a troll himself or a pawn. He's goading the system that nothing's happened to his door. It doesn't mean it won't, but nothing has happened. the thing that upset me or disturbed me was listening to about Heather. But again, we never know the counter story as to what leads people into being where they are. I do believe that anything that gets you involved with anybody knocking on your door becomes a problem that you just shouldn't have to encounter. And who wants to be bothered with it? There was a woman I listened to, and again, the serendipity things are happening for me. Her name is, last name is Jackson. She was an IRS,
Sherry Jackson. She was an IRS agent. Yeah, she's got some really great information out there.
She's powerful.
Yep,
she's very
definitely.
powerful. But in listening to her, she was martyred. Basically, she was martyred.
Yep.
She was very innocent. She was, I mean, you know, she believed in what she's doing to help her children. She went home. She took the challenge. She took that audit, or the that challenge actually, to see that was lottery money to her. That she should know it. She was good at her game, and she should know where that law was. And she couldn't find it. So that got her into wanting to be more vocal about letting people know about the IRS. And then excuse the word, trumped up charges, but the point of putting her away was to be, what do I want to say? It's a sacrificial lamb, more or less. The misdemeanor of a year turned into 3.
Yeah, they threw her away and locked her up, and yeah, that was terrible.
Yeah, but she didn't do what they said she did.
No,
there wasn't anything that she did that caused any misdemeanor at all. She never, ever forced people into anything. She educated about what it was. So the same thing is true with all of this, too. It's all the same thing. If there is a wolf at the door, it's because you're standing out to say, I woke up. You know, it's interesting because I've watched and I've listened to so much, and I probably have been doing this for many, many, many years, observing what's going on, to be aware. There aren't too many friends that I will share it with because everyone believes still in the conspiracy part of it. Because they have the cognitive dissonance. You know, the towers didn't come down the way they came down. Nobody in our government would ever do that. But I think the bottom line and the point of it all is what your conviction is, where your heart is, and I believe totally that you're wanting to help people and bringing them into an awareness of where they live, who they are, and what they can do. As Sherry's doing, she's doing it legally. She's doing it within the system. She's not telling anyone not to pay. She's asking everyone to go get a business. You start to find out how do you establish a business? What is good for you to establish that business? And then you have all kinds of write-offs that you're still within the system. You can make your money. You can go out of the country, buy your property. If the shit hits the fan, you've got a place to go until it calms down. But she's got a system. She understands.
Yep.
And she has a very big belief in knowing where she's headed and to protect her and her family and where her heart and soul is and her creator. I think you've covered a lot tonight, and I appreciate you taking my call and hanging in there. Do you know anything about Druanna? I can't think her
truthfully, I don't know much about her personally. I haven't really researched or investigated her. I just know that, yeah, I know time is money. I mean, I understand that, you know, I make a pretty decent hourly wage being a union carpenter, but I think that with something like this, it's almost like we have a moral obligation to share it without basically, you know, pulling people's noses for their entire life savings.
Right.
And then that's the only problem that I have. I mean, I don't know her personally, so I really don't want to say anything about her because for all I know, you know, but I just don't like the whole money thing. I think that you almost have a moral obligation. I think she'd probably make more money in the long run if she just would do it just for helping people. I mean, she'd be more rich, at least spiritually.
Right. what I heard her say in the end of it all really wasn't about the money, but it is the time to put into it. People respect when they pay for things in a different way, and they give you different respect. I think she didn't say those words, but that this would be the last one. It isn't that she needs the money anymore. What she wanted to do was be able to do this as an exit and help those who could help themselves. And I'm thinking, well, if it's true that you can discharge the money, then it doesn't matter how much she's charging.
Right.
If you could figure that out, I mean, that makes sense in the end of it all. I realized too that there were so many things tonight that were wonderful gold nuggets as to paying attention. One thing that Sherry has said too, and I got a lot listening to her. I listened to several of them in a row, and they were a few hours. I mean, I've listened to maybe 4 or 5 hours now that repeated itself, which is always worth repeating, no matter who's saying it, because you can't get it the first time, and it is a total education. And her help was turn off the TV and get out of the internet unless you're searching and studying what it is that you need to understand where your place is, and get the language and be in the system in the proper way. She doesn't educate that on her YouTube. I mean, she's not going to be coming out public with that. She is doing it as a counselor. Whether she's doing other studies or helping people in a different way, I don't know, or the lectures. But I recognize her power in that is that we spend too much time in front of the TV, the movies, and spending money selfishly, I should say, in getting the things of sense gratification now. There's no point in having sense gratification now unless you are going to be doing it in a way that's not going to make you suffer tomorrow. If you think about it, it's very old school. Again, I'm older than the most of the crowd, as she grew up in a way that when it's worth something, it's worth waiting for, and you work for it and not be doing it on, I mean, she kind of is in a converse way, you're not doing it on credit, but if you're putting this system to work the way that it is, you could do it on credit and discharge it. I think what she's looking at too is the sensationalism that, you know, why go out and buy something in a big purchase when there are certain needs that you have, and there are also members of your community that could be served by what you're doing as far as the instrument that you could put into place to use the money in the proper way and not be putting it into your taxes. You know, that $4,000 you might have to pay could be put into something else that you could be helping with your community, your church, or whatever. Does that make sense?
It does, totally.
Yeah. So the sense gratification of it is money could be very well spent in order to help someone to, like, who was it I was listening to? Grow Garden. Oh, I was talking to somebody earlier today. Or did I hear it on the call? It's all melding together at this point, that we could be self-sustaining if we had the ability to either have the land, the property, or what would we want to do? And what could you do? And it would be much more healthy for you to do. I think it is a round robin of understanding where we want to go, how we can get there, and who we are as a human being with some type of a heart and soul that brings us to this planet to connect with others. Because it isn't just a selfish purpose as it is a wholeness.
Yeah, that totally makes sense to me too.
Yeah. You are a champ. I'm sure that you're very tired. I don't know how many more callers you have. How many do you still have on showing that hung on the call?
I have 3 now.
3 on the call?
Yeah. Oh, not on the call, but on the question and answer thing. I have 3, yeah. But no, I really appreciate all of your feedback, and you have some really good and valid points there. I mean, and that's a lot of what it is for us to. Everybody's looking for a leader, and they got to understand that everybody has the potential to be their own leader inside of them, and realize that they are capable of doing anything if they set their minds to it. So And that's part of what society has done to everybody, is made them, you're indoctrinated with the idea that you're weak and that you need all these extra resources to be able to do things, simple medial tasks. And you don't, everybody is very capable, and that's what I'm trying to get out there. I'm trying to show little things like how to make your own screencasted videos, and that way people can start to get their own voice out there and start feeling comfortable. Because I was there myself. I had no clue what I was doing, years ago, and I didn't really, I still don't when it comes to the videos, some of the times doing all that kind of stuff. But I have taught myself, and I go out there and I look for the stuff, and everybody can do that, and they can have that confidence. That confidence is very important, and that's having the unity, everybody realizing that they all have the potential of being a leader themselves. That's going to breed a much stronger movement, and it's going to speak volumes, and we're going to knock their wall down in no time. And then on the same side is not getting caught up in the selfish mentalities of so what, they're dumb because they're still asleep. No, they're still people, and they're still what's being done is wrong. And just we were all asleep at one point, so we need to do the same thing and wake them up and let them know what's been going on, and not leave anybody behind.
That's it. So. That's exactly it. And I love that. You're coming from an incredible space to me. It's almost as if that is a coded place in itself to me, and not leave anybody behind. That really becomes the ultimate of, there is something to that. There is definitely a purpose and a mission behind that, a particular goal, a life goal, something that wakes you up to get off the couch. I'm going to validate again what Sherry had said as far as turning off the TV, quit watching the reruns, and quit watching this crap as far as these sitcoms and this just mindless stuff that hypnotizes, fills us with nothing. And the news itself. The news just it loops itself, and it has nothing other than the drama of a what do you call those dramas that are on soap opera?
Soap operas.
Soap opera. Yeah. It's nothing but a soap opera, and I realized that. There's one station I like to listen to, and because I think that she's really she documents well and does a lot of historical, bringing you back into the politics. And it's like, but it doesn't matter at this point. It really doesn't matter. What matters is that we wake up to understand their sovereignty, and in doing that, there is a quotient. I don't know that you get into quantum physics or anything that anybody may understand with that, but there's a quotient. They found an experiment where there were a baboon monkey of some sort, and I think that they observed that one day the younger ones started to wash their sweet potato or some type of vegetable fruit they were eating. And as they watched this among the islands, there was no communication. There was no way they moved from one island to another. And they watched it start to pick up from one island to the next, because they were observing this species. And as it picked up, they realized there was a quotient. There was a turning point. There was a numbers turning point where it became automatic that all of the islands were doing it. And then the generations after that continued to do that. And they called it the 100th monkey. You can look it up. It's a good story. And it is a factual, documented experiment.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. And another thing, I don't know, maybe this may reach some people that don't realize this, but the next time, obviously go into this realizing that you're watching the brainwashing tube, okay? But, turn on the news. And when you're turning on the news and you see the newscaster there, pay close attention not to the newscaster but to the screen behind it. You'll see all kinds of colors swirling, almost trance-like movement in the screen behind, because it's a form of brainwash. All that is intentionally put there. And actually, if you there's been people who have caught this kind of stuff where in the flicker. And you can look it up on YouTube. They've actually, recorded at live TV and DVR'd it, like paused it, and in the snap of a finger, a flash, there'll be occult symbolism, you know, a quick flash of a satanic looking entity pushing like sloth or greed, and it's crazy, but this stuff is really there. And just the simple stuff like I was talking about, though, you turn on the news and you watch, CNN's really good for this, and don't pay attention to the news talking to you. Pay attention to the screen all around and behind, and you'll see it. It's just, it jumps right out at you once you know it's there.
Another way that you might see it too, if you know that it's, if you start looking that way, I've taken photos on screens before, and you'll get some kind of blinds through sometimes. So somebody could even take their cell phone and start snapping, and then when you start to look at it, you see things that you can't see otherwise because of how it stops action or it ingrains. That might be something to try if you wanted to, you know, play with that as an experiment.
Awesome.
Because the screen shows up different. And if you start snapping it, it will definitely jump out in a different way.
Definitely.
Yeah, but Sherry brought my attention to that, and I realized it's just too much time. If I'm tired and I just want to go mindless, that's really an easy thing to do, and it's just such an inappropriate thing to do. The better part of doing would be to put your feet on the ground, get out in nature, or if you just need to sit and be mindless, then sit and be mindless, and be doing the sit with all of your awareness being there and not having someone else fill you with mindless things, because it is drama. It's sensationalism, and number one of all, it's fear. And that fear will keep you in depression like nobody's business. So the only call to action here is to be more of the human being you were meant to be with your whole soul and spirit. I think that all of this information now coming is, you have the financial means available. All you have to do is go through it, which made a lot of sense, in the proper way that will take you some time without these magic hurry-ups. And again, I go back to even those who are doing the YouTube sensationalism with the bells and whistles and the wows and the colorful things, and I don't even know that all of yours are that way because I haven't watched all of yours, but that becomes, I'll grab your attention, and if I have your attention, where are you going to take me? Because you're not giving me all the information, but where are you going to take me?
Right.
It's just enough to piss me off even more, if I should say so. But I like the intelligent part of what you've been able to collect here in this group. Congratulations!
Thank you.
I think you have a great following, and I hope that it continues to be.
Oh, I must have lost her somehow. Okay, I think somehow I lost you. 415.
Hey, Captain.
How you doing, bud?
How you doing? Yeah, this is Gregory again. But yeah, one of the reasons why you haven't heard anything about Nassar was due to the groundbreaking changes required an extremely strict gag order that was placed on everyone directly involved with the court case and records. Anyone who broke this gag order would receive the death penalty. Furthermore, all court cases were sealed after all the reforms are completed. To maintain the secrecy, the case details of the docket number assigned to the Farmers Union cases were changed. As a result of doing this, search for the case will fail to reflect the correct information until the reformations are made public. At every step of the process, anyone directly involved in this has been required to sign an agreement to keep the U.S. Supreme Court's process of implementing the required reformation secret or face charges of treason which are punishable by death. This gag order was placed on all media personnel, government officials, and bank employees. This is why Alex Jones or TV news anchors will not talk about this on air, nor will Wikipedia tell you about the truth behind the law, nor will Sherry Shiner, who is nothing more than a CIA stooge. Minnesota Senator Paul Wellstone was about to break the gag order, but before he could, his small passenger plane was crashed, killing his wife, daughter, and himself. So, you know, I mean, it's like a lot of people haven't done the research and they want to claim that this Nassar might be a hoax, but it really isn't. And I'm going to send you all this information, you know, but it's really amazing. And so we're going to get paid like prosperity packages. You know, everybody in America, there's going to be other, you know, prices for, you know, prosperity packages for other people, you know, in different countries. But in America, every citizen is going to get paid $100,000 a month for 12 years, and it equals up to $14,400,000 over a 12-year period. And yeah, so and then yeah, you know, I mean, the 9/11 that was orchestrated by demons, you know, which were Luciferians, and people can't believe that are people in our government would do such a thing, but it was aligned with pyroclastic explosives, you know, that brought it down. And when you watch, you know, the 9/11 towers come down, there were explosions.
I know. Believe me, I'm from New York. I took 9/11 very personally, and that was actually what first woke me up. I watched Loose Change 2 back in, God, I want to say 2007, maybe. It might have even been earlier. It might have been 2005. The movie Loose Change documentary, it went around on YouTube, and that was, yeah. So I totally understand about 9/11, and yeah, like like I said, with all the Nassar stuff, you know, send me whatever information you have, and I'll definitely take a look and try to get back to you with it. The best way for me to do that is just to take a look at all the stuff and you know, be able to see all of it for myself.
I know people can't believe, you know, the supernatural hoaxes that have been put on, you know, humanity, because it's so amazing. Like you know, Sandy Hook, that didn't occur. That was another hoax. You know, where's all the children that died? You know what I mean? They're not even around. Their pictures aren't even, you know, broadcasted. You know, and people have been seeing, you know, some of the kids that were supposedly shot have been discovered in other countries. You know, and like all this, yeah, the satanic ritual abuses, that's absolutely true. You know, there's got handlers, you know what I mean, to handle these people, you know, totally, you know, I mean, it's hard to believe, you know, that you know, some of our presidents, you know, are actually demon worshipers over there at Bohemian Grove. You know, they do their worship to care, you know, so when, you know, they go out into the world and they do their evil, demonic, you know, deeds, they don't have a guilty conscience because they've already given up their care to their worship time, you know?
Right.
And so, yeah, you know, I mean, so George Bush is total Luciferian, you know, and he, you know, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, brother. I totally get you. And I'm on the same page with you. Just send me that info over, and I'll definitely take a look at it in the morning. And
certainly, yeah, I know you're getting tired. I just had to get it out there.
Honestly, man, I've even got a headache. I'm just from staring at the screen for so long. Because I was on the computer all day trying to get stuff together, and
yeah, thanks, Mike. You know, we need leaders like you. You know.
Oh, I'm no leader, man. I'm just a guy that's trying to
I'm
help
not saying
get
you're
the word out.
like Jesus, no, but you are a leader. You are breaking grounds, you know, to keep people informed, you know, and that's what we need, you know. And then if you didn't motivate yourself to be and do what you're doing, we all would be lost. You know, I mean, imagine, think of all the people that you have led. You know, you are breaking grounds because you're working hard too, you know, and that's what we do. Like all that I've told you has taken years to put together.
Right.
I didn't just snap up and decide, oh, you know what I mean, I'm going to be somebody, come on this line and just tell everybody a bunch of BS, you know. Because, I mean, it's taken me a lot of time to really put all this together along with others, you know. Totally, you know, I mean, and so, but yeah, it's people that really do the research and really know what's going on. You know, people that hear this for the first time, they can dispute it and be like, oh, you know what I mean? But yeah, and supposedly, you know, I mean, yeah, Donald Trump was elected to get the Nassar involved, get it passed. Because if Hillary Clinton got in there, we'd all be going to education, FEMA camps for re-education.
Right. I definitely agree with you, brother.
And we beat the cabal when Trump got elected, you know. So, and the cabal is the Kazarian mafia. So they have no more power, you know. And they're the ones that's been running, you know, the like the Rothschilds, you know. That's all cabal. That's all Luciferian. That's all oppression and tyranny, you know.
Definitely, brother. I definitely understand.
I'll definitely send you all that. I'll get off the line.
Send me that stuff over. And I'll take a look at it, and I will definitely get back to you. Like I said, I'm going to make this a frequent thing with the calls. That way you guys can get your voices heard. So, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. George Bush is a murderer. All right, thank you very much. Have a great night.
All right, brother. God bless.
Love you.
Bye. Love you too, man. Michael. How you doing, bud? Michael?
Yep,
How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. Thanks for being so patient the whole night with everyone. You have taken on a monster responsibility.
Oh, no, there's nothing, man.
Well, just, Harvey was on and off pretty quick, and I was just going to do a quick, I know that some people are fully informed about Heather. And I have been hanging around with her since 2011, before she actually initiated that OPPT trust.
Yep.
And it just turned my birthday 2 hours ago, and it's also Heather's birthday today.
Actually, now that you say it, I thought about the fact a couple days ago that she was probably going to be spending her birthday locked up.
She's spending it, in jail in D.C., right?
Yeah, that sucks.
That's a true patriot, though.
Yeah, it is. That sucks, though. It definitely sucks.
So, it totally sucks. Now, I'm glad I got on, because I know people, even though the numbers are reduced, maybe she'll hear me wish her happy birthday. And, it's been a while. I'm from New York, and she's, she and I have had lots of conversations for the last almost 7 years. Also, oddly enough, Pope Benedict, who's still sitting on the throne, whether he likes to admit it or not, his assistant, who a lot of people say is a demon. I'm not going to get into the whole demon thing, but his birthday is also today. His name is, I think he's Archbishop, but his name is George Gonswain. You guys could Google him and find out his information. But so, today is kind of a serious day for me, for Heather. She's sitting in the clink. And for the
Happy birthday to yourself, by the way.
Thanks. Yep. For the highest levels of the Vatican, and they really have engineered this entire thing. And I was raised Catholic. I went to Jesuit schools all the way through high school. So it's kind of personal for me that they've, sort of captured America and her sovereignty like this. Basically, it's all jobbed out to maritime admiralty law, which is the UCC. Everybody, I know you guys probably know this, but everybody's claimed lost at sea after birth. And that's how they get the straw man up and running. And there's just one institution, actually, Mike, that you need to pound home on. And like Harvey, I haven't heard this out of Harvey, and I think Harvey's a great, new sovereign inspiration. He's only been at it 10 months or whatever himself, but he's like going full guns, which I love. Always good to see somebody that's gotten informed about the nastiness of this UCC code. Because, the way that the Jesuits basically set this up for the Rothschilds, for the Queen, and for the Vatican, they set it up with this canon law, which is Catholic Church law. And so the hearing that Heather's going to have to go through on Monday, this identity hearing, is this insidious, which is just like under the radar, kind of hearing, where she's going to need to identify who she is, because as far as the Crown and the City of London Incorporated and the Bank for International Settlement and the Vatican are concerned, and those are really the bad guys here. We've got the Vatican is at the top of it. Underneath them is the Bank for International Settlement, which doesn't get near enough play. If we could just pound on the fact that the Bank for International Settlement are the ones that hold the ownership for the Vatican of the barcode, then we could really go after the bad guys, because Basel, Switzerland is as bad as it gets. They sort of do this, they protect all of this commercial system for the City of London, who does, as everybody probably on this call knows, the banking for the planet. So if we could continue to pound home to Harvey and everybody else that the Bank for International Settlement are actually the ones pulling all of these puppet strings. They're the Satanists. They're the ones that run CERN. They're the ones that own and control and own and operate the barcode. We could really get them. What we need to do is get the Bank for International Settlement board, who are the families like the queens and kings from the 15th century. Those people are the ones that need to come out with their hands up, because they absolutely adore this whole, satanic, child sacrificing system that's all covered up under this barcode stuff, which is the Uniform Commercial Code. Now, Heather got herself into the pickle that she's in right now because she went to a Jesuit law school, Gonzaga. So she was really well equipped to close down the commercial system here in the United States. What she did in 2012 was she challenged the Uniform Commercial Code.
Right.
And she just basically said, you guys are operating a slavery system. And she went to the city of London, basically, through the commercial code and said, I challenge you and the Bank for International Settlements to verify that you're not running a worldwide slavery system. That gave them in the UCC court 72 hours to answer. And they refused to answer, which means that she won that case in 2012, which was actually on the day that the Federal Reserve was created, 99 years after, in 2012, because it was created in 2013.
She won it by default, right? Yeah.
And basically it gave her the win by default. Yeah. So the system was closed on December 26, 2012. It was officially closed. So what these families are doing right now is they're printing. You always hear this, Janet Yellen continues to print dollars. Well, she could print, the General Accounting Office of the United States says that she's going to have to print for another 39 years, and we're all going to have to suffer the same economy that we're in right now. Well, there's butcher paper on 90% of the retail windows in Manhattan here. So I don't know how much longer Americans can stand this economy, but I would bet that it's not another 39 years, Mike.
Yeah.
So we have 39 years, and she's going to keep printing paper. So that the reason she's printing this paper is so that the same set of families that own the Bank for International Settlement can hold control on the planet. So there's only 100,000 people connected to the Bank for International Settlement. The board members, their families, and basically all the United Nations. There's 187 central banks at the United Nations. Only Iran and North Korea are not, their paper is not printed by Rothschild. All the other 187 central banks, their money is printed by Rothschild.
Yeah, I was just talking about that a few minutes ago. In 2000, there was, what was it? There was 9 countries, 7 or 9 after 2001, September 11th. Then, then Iraq and Afghanistan were then.
Yeah, they fell.
Yeah, they fell to the Rothschild Central Bank. And then shortly after, Libya, Sudan, and there's a couple other ones. And then it was down to, now it's just North Korea, Iran, and Syria. Well, did Syria all of a sudden get a?
Well, Syria, I'm not positive on, but what I do know is that part of the reason we're hearing all this Russian stuff is that the best deal on the paper printing, in other words, everybody gets charged overnight on their currency a percentage, and that overnight percentage that Rothschild charges and puts the extra money into the Bank for International Settlement, it represents our national debt. So they throw up on television every night, 17 trillion America owes. That is the interest, that number, 17 trillion, it represents exactly the interest that Rothschild has charged us for our paper and 4 years now. That's all it is. We do not owe anyone. There is no national debt whatsoever. That 17 trillion, that is the family middlemen of our currencies cut on the 400 trillion that those families are worth. interest collection on our country compounded for 104 years, and they would like to collect that 17 trillion. However, they have no business collecting that 17 trillion, and the way that they got that hoax started was by bonding us all, you know, through the birth certificates, which we're all now recognizing, hey, this is really just all reversed in a mirror. If we just turn the mirror on these families, they're the ones that owe us the 17 trillion. That's just the interest they collected. Forget the 400 trillion in principle that they have ripped off the planet on. So all we need to do is just get the mirror out. These are the Luciferians, and show them in the mirror that we are on to the entire thing. And literally, since the Bank for International Settlement owns all of these central banks, that's the one institution whose head needs chopped off. Russia has the best percentage deal for printing. That's why everyone's pounding Russia right now. And for Donald Trump, what we've got is somebody who started with $10 million from his dad, and I'm not pro or negative Trump, but he started with 10 million. He did pretty good here in New York. You know, anyone would pretty much do decent starting out with 10 million. But once he built that to a certain amount, 50 or 70 million, then the families came up and made him a devil's offer that he couldn't refuse, which was, we'll build you these casinos, because he was very, you know,
yeah, that was down in Jersey. He was big.
Yeah, and those families loaned him $330 million, and he lost every dime of the $330 million. So Americans out there,
I'm originally from Jersey,
Donald
so
Trump
yeah,
doesn't owe these families are nuts.
Yeah, I'm originally from Jersey, so I know all too well about
there we
that.
go. The Bank for International Settlement owns Donald Trump lock, stock, and barrel.
Yeah.
He will do whatever they say.
Now this.
And as far as Secret Service goes, I'll send you a video. I've got your email now. I'm going to send you a video about what Secret Service does. They're not to be trusted either. I wish we could go to the mainstream media or Secret Service or CIA, but they're all operated by the BIS.
And so you're the monetary system you're talking about out there. I'm sorry, what was the name that you're talking about? The International Monetary
Bank for International Settlement.
The Bank for International Settlement. Now, is that the bank? I just recently found out about somebody that I actually didn't know of until recently, who supposedly is above Rothschilds and them. It's they're out. They live out in like Rome or Italy or some shit like that, and supposedly.
Sure, there's a bunch of old dynastic Venetian black nobility families. Aldo Brandini. There's plenty of them.
Yeah,
Cheeky.
Bandini. That's who it was. And you know what? I never heard. And I've like I said, the first truth video I saw was like back in 2005, Loose Change 2, but I've been heavy on it since like 2011. So I was pretty surprised that this, you know, to just find that out. So that must be something pretty new that just kind of is starting to come to the surface.
Those families still sit. Those families, Mike, still sit on the board of BIS. So they're like in the dark. Like the Vatican basically still kowtows to those black Venetian nobility families. There's like 8 or 9 of them.
Yeah.
And then there's like 3 or 4 families. You know, you hear 13 families all the time. 3 or 4 of them. There's a few Jewish families. You know, Rothschilds in there, but there's also a lot of the Dutch royals are on there. The number of Italian families are on there. So there's enough evil to go around on this planet.
Yeah.
But that's why the BIS really needs to be called out, because that's the one no one ever talks about, and they own all of the central banks.
Huh.
The IMF and the both the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, they're nothing compared to the Bank for International Settlement.
And now you're with OPPT, right? You said?
No, I've just lived in New York for 30 years since I got out of college.
Yeah.
And I married a Russian girl, and I was working at Goldman Sachs in 2001, and she gave me 5 days notice that we were leaving to Russia to visit her relatives. And I said, sweetie, that's a lot of money. And she's like, we're leaving in 5 days. Get us the tickets. We went, and I was on a communist Russian collective farmers farm, basically in the middle of a huge Russian wheat field. And they turned on that television and they said, watch what's going to happen to your country from these people. Wow. I watched the trade centers come down, and I live in Manhattan. I watched trade centers come down on Russian television.
Yeah.
So we knew about it.
Wow, that's crazy.
And Giuliani, who's about ready to get appointed by Trump to come in and clean house, is 100% dirty. That guy is completely complicit.
Giuliani's no good. I know that.
So we need to take the head of the beast off, Mike. And I just think it's so cool that you already have 7,000 subscribers. I subscribed the other day, but just, we need to just keep pushing the BIS out there. And if we took those families down, we'd get the whole damn thing. Because China, who we borrowed the last $4 trillion from,
yeah,
they know very well that the BIS runs the planet. And so if you look at the BIS board members, only last year, for the very first time, did China get a seat at the Bank for International Settlement.
Huh.
And that's because we owe them $4 trillion in interest. But we don't really owe them that money. That's money that's owed ultimately back to those families. And we don't owe them a penny. They owe us.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some looking into this, and I might have to pause some of the other videos to put that out after I get some sources.
Go dig deep.
I will.
All right, thanks for letting me on, Mike. I'm gonna keep following you, and I'll email you some stuff if I can about the BIS. I got your email.
Definitely, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You did the nation an excellent service tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy birthday.
Take care.
All right, you too. Devin?
Mike, how's it going?
I'm going all right. How you doing, bud?
Good. I'm going to be straight honest here. I'm one of your younger audiences in the crowd today, and I think that the presentation of all the information given today was absolutely amazing. I'm appalled. Answered most of my questions. Usually, like within like the 5th or 6th person you put up for questions, to ask and stuff. It was really great. I got most of my questions answered. I just wanted to give you a heads up and say you're doing a good job. And oh yeah, I also had a couple questions too.
Yeah. Thank you, by the way.
So
yeah.
I kind of wanted to get that the update on that packet that you were talking about with that one lady and how that thing's going. So you said you're going to upload it or something, or?
Yeah. I think if I'm not mistaken, Stacy's been helping me out with the Facebook. She's done an amazing job. She actually has pretty much made that thing from the ground up, because she asked what I needed help with, and I said, hey, I don't have the time. I haven't had the time, and she's really kind of put that whole thing together. So thank you, Stacy. And I think she said she already had the documents. If there's any other document,
she just wanted to.
Yeah, if there's any other,
she wanted to give you them.
Yeah, if there's any other documents that weren't there when I get the email, it'll be in the morning, because I'm like dead tired right now.
Right.
But I'll put that up on the Facebook, and then I will go through them, and more than likely I'll do a video and link where you can get the documents from.
Right. So also another question. So about there's like this payment method, and they call it e-check, not necessarily ACH, but so with that, let's just say example company. I wanted to buy something from there, just as a situation example. Not actually going to do it, but they wanted to do an e-check payment transaction, but they asked for like a check number or something like that. But with these accounts, there's not really you can't really get checks for them. So so would it be dangerous to put a fill up the online check via the check? Well, it asked for a check number, but
You talk
like is it dangerous to put a dummy check number?
I wouldn't.
Because
truthfully, I wouldn't do it.
We were thinking of just putting a timestamp as the check number. It'd still go through as like a transaction or whatever, but you're just putting that there as something, So
that's kind of like a user discretion.
I just wanted to kind of get a little bit more info in case you had any more info you want to give me.
That's kind of like a user discretion kind of thing. I personally I've been pretty strong on the stance of not making checks or buying checks or messing with checks.
No, it's not paper.
I know you're not actually getting the paper checks, but you're asking about putting like a fake check number in there. I don't want to tell you the wrong thing, truthfully.
Yeah, no. I completely understand, and more research needs to be done. I just wanted to see if you had any info on it before I started doing a deep search on it. So, and then another thing is with the want to get some extra information on the reversals.
Okay, I apologize. I apologize, man. I'm back. You there?
I had another question for everybody.
Are you there, bud?
Muted.
Are you there,
Oh,
bud?
yeah, I'm here.
Sorry.
What happened?
Yeah, and I had something I had to handle. I apologize. Yeah, this is gonna be the last question, guys. I like literally, I'm done. I can't stay up anymore. But go ahead. Bud.
Yeah, no. That's fine. I just had one more question for you, and then I'm done.
Okay.
Okay. So, what's your general opinion on the UCC-1?
General opinion on the UCC-1.
Yeah, just an opinion.
Truthfully, the opinion would be not enough information to make a determination yet. That's honest. I gotta.
Right.
There's a whole lot of information that was shared tonight, so I'll be able to make that.
Right. Muted. Unbelievably, like it's pretty late.
Sarah, hold on.
A lot of people watching. Very